Here.
Councilmember Himmelrich,
Here.
Councilmember Davis,
Here.
Councilmember Winter,
Here.
Councilmember Hara,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
Present.
and Mayor McCune.
And I'm here too, whatever that means when we're all in different places. And because we're all in different places, the process of the meeting will be a bit different. And the way that the public can be heard on items before the council tonight is by calling in to a special phone number, 310-458-8423. Will the city clerk explain what they might expect when a member of the public calls in?
So when a member of the public calls in, they'll be greeted with a message, and then they'll push the button to ask which item they want to speak on or which category they want to speak under, and then they're put into a queue. Once they are put on the queue, it tells them when they come on, when they're brought into the meeting, that they should turn down any devices that they have in the room so that there's no echoes, and that someone will be introducing them. And so then they get introduced into the meeting. Corey will say welcome, and we'll begin their time.
And I've got my fingers crossed because I know that last time we had some people get on hold and then get dropped. And we think we have fixed that. So bear with us and be patient. With that, if the clerk would, let's move on to item 1 on the agenda.
Item 1A is conference with labor negotiator. Agency designated representatives is Chief People Officer Lori Gentles and Human Resource Manager Sean Weisky. The bargaining units are the Administrative Team Association, California Teamsters Local 911, Confidential Unrepresented Employee Pay Plan, Executive Pay Plan, Municipal Employees Association, Management Team Association, Public Attorneys Legal Support Staff Union, Public Attorneys Union, Santa Monica Fire Executive Management Association, Santa Monica Firefighters Local 1109, IAFF, Santa Monica Police Officers Association, Supervisory Team Association, International Association of Sheet Metal, Air, Rail, and Transportation Workers, Transportation Division Local 1785, Smart TD. 1B is an existing litigation. It's Sean Joyner versus the City of Santa Monica, Ernesto Rodriguez, and you have, let me see, I just got him ding. You have no request to speak.
So there won't be a public hearing or no request to speak. Can I turn now to the interim city attorney, George Cordone, and ask how long I think it's going to take?
I am estimating approximately an hour and a half.
All right, so we will be back, we hope, at 7 o'clock. That's when we'll start the rest of the meeting. Until then, we are recessed for closed session. Thanks. Good evening. Welcome back to our Santa Monica City Council meeting for Tuesday, May 12th, 2020. A teleconference meeting of our council, but still a regular meeting technically. And we've just returned from having recessed for closed session. Apologize, it took a little bit longer than usual. I'll turn to our interim city attorney and see if we have a report out.
On item 1A, the conference with labor negotiation, no reportable action was taken. On item 1B, existing litigation, Sean Joyner versus City of Santa Monica. The plaintiff filed this lawsuit alleging that she was injured by the front doors of a big blue bus when the doors closed on her arm, shoulder, and body as she was entering the bus, and that she was dragged down the street as the bus began moving. The city disputes and denies the allegations made in the lawsuit, but to avoid the expense and burden of further litigation, the city attorney is recommending a settlement in the amount of $350,000.
Move settlement.
Second.
I believe I heard a motion by Councilmember Davis, seconded by Councilmember Himmelrich, and I don't see any discussion, so we can take a roll call vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
Yes.
Councilmember Hara,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich,
Yes.
Councilmember Morena,
Yes.
Mayor McKeown.
Yes. So that settlement is approved by a 7-0 unanimous vote of the City Council. And before we move on, I just want to remind people that because we're in teleconference mode, public input's a little bit different. You can speak to us tonight by telephone. The phone number is 310-458-8423. And if you do call and you end up on hold and you're eventually told, okay, now you're live in the meeting, please turn down the computer or whatever it is that you were listening to the meeting on, because otherwise we'll be an echo forever. So please try to remember to turn it down if you do join us tonight in the meeting. With that, we'll move on to our consent calendar.
The consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion, and we have no request to speak.
Are there any items on the consent calendar that council members would like to pull for individual discussion or any other purpose? Let me try and get my window. I can see you. Council member Winterer. Did you wish to pull something? In that case, I'll entertain a motion for the entirety of the consent calendar.
Mr. Mayor.
I believe Councilmember Morena has something.
Yes.
You're not showing up in the chat. Did you try to alert me that way?
Not quick enough, clearly.
Okay.
I need to pull, and I'm sorry I don't have the agenda in front of me, but I believe it's the last item in that approves all of the ordinances.
I believe it's item 3E.
3E, thank you very much. I need to recuse myself from that item as it has something to do with the Santa Monica Pier, and as you know, my family has a business on the Santa Monica Pier, and I want to avoid any potential improprieties.
Greg, we could theoretically split up 3E, but it's a pretty complicated document. Would you mind if you just read yourself, and I assume we'll have a vote sufficient?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. If you'll remove yourself for a moment, we will deal with item number 3E separately. Is there a motion to adopt 3E?
I move to adopt 3E.
Second.
I didn't hear you. I'll give a second to Mayor Pro Tem O'Day, but
Was that
somebody.
Carrie? Okay.
That was me.
Could you identify?
Anna.
Thank you. Really hard on these teleconferences if you don't identify yourself to know who's speaking. So we have a motion by Councilmember Hara, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem O'Day. No request for discussion. We'll go to a roll call vote.
Councilmember Himmelrich, no. Councilmember Davis,
Yes, I said yes. Sorry about that.
okay. Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Hara,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
Yes.
and Mayor McKeown.
Yes, I swear, folks, we're doing the best we can. So that's a 6-0 unanimous vote of the council members present and not recused. We can bring Councilmember Morena back into the room. Not sure how we'll do that. Oh, there he comes. And And now the remainder of the consent calendar is before us, if there's a motion. Everything
Anna?
except,
So moved.
Second.
The rest of the consent calendar.
okay, that I think was moved by Councilmember Hara and seconded by Councilmember Morena. And I see no request to speak, so a roll call vote on that, please.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
Yes.
Councilmember Hara,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich,
Yes.
Councilmember Morena,
Yes.
and Mayor McKim.
Yes, so the consent calendar A through D is passed by unanimous 7-0 vote of the City Council, and we have a second reading of an ordinance to move to next.
Next, we have 7A. It's the second reading and adoption of an ordinance amending 8.08.050 of the Santa Monica Municipal Code to adopt the 2019 California Building Standards Code regulation and exempt freestanding walls 7 feet or less in height from requiring a building permit, and adopt a local amendment to the Building Standards Code to exempt concrete or masonry walls 4 feet in height or less from requiring a building permit.
There are no requests to speak on a
Second
second
reading.
reading. There's a motion.
I move 7A.
Second.
Second.
That was moved by Councilmember Himmelrich and seconded by Councilmember Morena, I do believe. So the motion, second to a roll call vote.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
Yes.
Councilmember Hara,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich,
Yes.
Councilmember Morena,
Yes.
Mayor McKim.
Yes. So that passes 7-0 unanimously by the City Council. So much for the easy stuff. Now let's move on to 7B.
7B is introduction and adoption of an emergency interim zoning ordinance amending sections of the zoning ordinance to support and facilitate the economic recovery of the 3rd Street Promenade area. And so far we have one request to speak.
We'll begin then our staff presentation. Who will be doing that for us?
Someone from planning.
Okay, I see somebody's screen. Planning, we're not hearing your voice. If you can check your audio. I see a live microphone for Tony Kim, but Tony, we're not hearing you.
Tony, can you hear us? It's Corey. Send me a message if you need some help.
I just got a message that he lost his audio. No, that is Ted who lost his audio from earlier. I was logging in again. Okay, well, we'll just stand down for a minute because we've got to figure this one out. Complicated issue. We certainly need to have the full presentation before the council can discuss it.
I just sent him a message. Hopefully I'll hear back.
Is there anybody else logged in from planning who could step in for the moment and please give us an overview?
Yeah, this is Jing Yo. I'm just going to try and find the presentation actually, so maybe I can do this instead.
Well, I know everybody is probably looking forward to the county's permission to reopen the beaches tomorrow. And I just want to take the opportunity to say, of course, we're all thrilled to have the beaches back. But if you do go, please keep in mind that not everything is as it was. You can swim, you can surf, you can jog, you can walk if you wear a mask, and be careful about getting close to other people. But no sunbathing, lying down on a towel, using an umbrella, that sort of thing. And of course, the beach bike path, the pier, and other walkways near the beach are still closed, along with the parking lots. So it's limited access, but it should let those who are used to using the beach for recreational exercise get out and use one of the most beautiful parts of our city. So we're glad to see that, and we are very hopeful that people will act responsibly so that the county doesn't feel it has to shut down our beach again. So go out there and have fun.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I think I'm ready to begin the presentation. If you can see my screen.
Thanks, we can.
Okay, perfect. So this item is the emergency interim zoning ordinance for the 3rd Street Promenade area. The purpose is to establish interim regulations to support and facilitate the economic recovery of the 3rd Street Promenade. There we go. So the area that this covers is more than the promenade, actually. So you can see in the zoomed in inset there that it's the parcels that are facing the promenade in addition to the parcels on the other side of the alley. So the entire area that's covered is actually, you can see they're bounded by 2nd Street, 4th Street, Wilshire, and Broadway. So it's expanded just beyond the promenade area. Just some background on the process. So this really grew out of the Promenade 3.0 process that the council has been following along, and it began in early 2018 as a comprehensive placemaking overview of the 3rd Street Promenade and revitalizing, the area as the city's economic engine. There were 3 lanes of activity. What we're discussing tonight is known as Lane 2, which are these regulatory changes that are intended to be relatively simple things that could start to bring some regulatory relief for the 3rd Street Promenade. The community process thus far has been roundtables with property owners in spring of 2019, and then a presentation to the Planning Commission last fall where staff was directed to pursue the Lane 2 code amendments through an IZO, and then culminating in the November 2019 council study session. Some of the background, obviously, since the COVID-19 emergency has started, the city has been under a state of emergency, which has accelerated the need for these regulatory changes. As directed by the council on April 28th, the city has initiated a multi-pronged economic recovery strategy, and what is being presented tonight falls into the bucket, that second bullet of business processing and permitting improvements. So you can see here the purpose of the IZO is these initial steps for relaxing and streamlining requirements, again, building on that Promenade 3.0 effort to bring life back to the Promenade as the center of the city's commercial activity. And it's important to note these regulations are unique to the Promenade area only. They do not apply anywhere else in the city, and really leading to the goal of enlivening the Promenade, providing flexibility to the businesses, and providing actually opportunity for experimentation in terms of what could happen in the area. And it's also important to know that although this is an interim zoning ordinance, land uses and entitlements that are given under this IZO would remain valid beyond the term of the IZO. So it's not, they wouldn't stop. So let's jump into what's being proposed. So you can see this first area is these flexible land uses. So that's something that we had heard through the Promenade 3.0 process, is that the city's use regulations are pretty rigid. It requires that you're required to have primary use for a space. There's not the opportunity to sort of mix different uses together. So someone, for example, couldn't, serve, do a different operation in the morning and decide to be a retail store in the evening or something like that. It just doesn't allow that. You have to sort of choose what's primary. So what this does is it just clarifies the director's ability to designate different uses not listed in the land use table. We often find that people have very creative ideas about the kinds of businesses they want to open. It doesn't quite fit specifically into zoning use classification, and it certainly allows tenant spaces to adapt in different ways. We are also introducing new land uses. One is food halls, which is something that we have heard a lot of interest in the downtown area and throughout the city. So it's being added here. And also light industry uses, which would allow for some of these maker spaces, which is another area that we heard interest in doing. This ordinance also eliminates conversion of restaurant spaces, so it eliminates the CUP requirement for conversion of eating and drinking establishments to other uses. Some of you have been on the council a long time. You probably do remember that the city has kind of gone back and forth in terms of eating and drinking establishments. So that is now being removed to allow much more flexibility in going back and forth between restaurants and retail on the promenade. Another area that is being included in this is elimination of the 1-year time limit on when a restaurant or retail use is considered abandoned. This is something that we have seen is a pretty significant barrier to reopening or reoccupying existing spaces. If essentially the rule is that if you have abandoned a space, beyond 1 year, you basically have to seek whatever current city permits. It could be a discretionary permit. You have to bring everything up to code. So in this instance, we kept it very, very narrow, to restaurant and retail only because those are the most common uses that we see, and it didn't seem to make sense to require that someone seek city permission to continue a use that was already previously on the property. So that is what this provision is intended to address. And another area is with respect to loading requirements. As you know, the promenade area is a built-out area. Most buildings cover the entire property line, property to property line. And so there's no space for loading spaces. There's no space for the refuse collection. It's very challenging when there's a change of use, particularly when you go from restaurant to retail or, retail to office or anything like that. It triggers this loading space requirement that can be very challenging on these single lots, that are filled up by buildings. It's definitely been very difficult for people to reoccupy spaces. It's not reasonable to expect that they would demolish sections of an existing building to make use or to make space for these requirements. So what's proposed here is an alternative to those spaces through a parking and loading operations plan, and it would allow the city basically to be reasonable in acknowledging the current circumstances, and also make sure that it's coordinated with the project operations, so loading and refuse collection aren't happening at the same time, and also to minimize impacts to the public right away. And then finally, we have flexibility in alcohol service. This one is very different for the promenade area versus the citywide IZO that you'll see after this item. What this means is that conditional use permits for alcohol service will not be required for alcohol service on the promenade. So it would allow not just restaurants, but bars, food halls, retail to serve alcohol, through this alcohol exemption process, which is an administrative process. And the conditions have been reduced significantly to basically control things like the hours of operation. So alcohol service hours would be expanded from 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. Food service has flexibility, so we're not requiring that businesses have a kitchen on site necessarily. It may allow businesses on the promenade to partner. So maybe one business could partner with a neighboring business to offer that food service until at least 10 p.m. It would eliminate the 35% gross revenue cap from alcohol sales. And also, some feedback that we heard from the business community is there's an interest in continuing this takeout and delivery model that has really helped keep some businesses afloat during this time. It's allowed by ABC licensing, so we would propose that that be allowed to continue. We would also eliminate the ability to appeal these alcohol exemption determinations. These are administrative permits. The review consists of, it's very black and white. You either agree to the condition or not. So it's the process that's set forth for appealing the alcohol exemption that doesn't really make sense in terms of appealing administrative permit. We don't really do that elsewhere in the code. We would, however, continue to maintain restrictions on bottle service and pub crawl events to ensure that those impacts are minimized. So That's a summary of the changes that are being proposed. This IZO would be effective immediately as an emergency ordinance. It would expire in 60 days, and then it may be extended for a further 60 months. At that time that we come back for an extension. There are also ongoing processes in play right now in terms of streamlining the permitting process, increasing staff approval authority for design review. We are going through an overhaul of the outdoor dining process and guidelines, and also we will continue to work with our colleagues in Public Works with respect to resource recovery and recycling standards. So with that, that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer your questions.
And I can see that already we have some, starting with Councilmember Himmelrich.
Thank you, and thank you for the report. I have 3 questions. One, with the land use entitlements being permanent, I guess I'm having trouble. I can understand, and maybe I should save this for the rest, but what are the negative consequences of having permanent entitlements like that?
It's a good question. The land use entitlements, once they're given, even though this is a temporary ordinance, it is permanent. So, for example, if there was a business, that became problematic in some way, shape, or form, it's not necessarily guaranteed that they would, be able to be ceased, because once, you give them that entitlement, it's challenging to remove it. However, we did discuss this with DTSM staff as well, just so there was understanding as to what was being proposed and what could come forward. And there was acknowledgement that, in the balance of allowing experimentation and piloting some different uses and flexibility, that the benefits outweighed that potential impact.
Thank you. My next question is, you talked about the loading requirements, saying that the planning will work with them. What used to happen? I mean, I don't remember ever hearing a loading requirements case in planning.
It's actually a combination of all the city requirements, or I would say just general regulatory requirements, because it's not just the city. There's utility requirements and what have you, and the parcel widths are only as wide as they are, so it's the combination of refuse and loading and utilities, that have created some challenges in these changes of use. So we're trying to sort of take one issue and provide more flexibility in the hopes that it might help unstick some of the other issues that we find that happen sort of on the backside of those buildings.
And as a follow-on to that, if we're talking about activating the alleys, which I understand has been part of the conversation here, were there going to be issues with these loading requirements and activating the alleys?
Well, that's actually a big part of why we are proposing this flexibility, is that if we had a permanent loading space on there, it would effectively negate the ability to activate the alleys. By having a parking and loading operations plan that says, we're going to load on the alley because it's already happening right now, between these hours, it allows something to open at the back there without it being taken up by a loading space.
Great, thank you. And finally, the one thing that gives me a little pause is the no appeals or complaints, because I do remember issues with establishments in the city who actually had to have CUPs, et cetera, and yet, and were a big nuisance to the neighborhoods around them, and yet, and despite multiple complaints, we had a lot of trouble closing. So, or stopping those activities. What are we going to do about that?
So I think the reason it's being proposed is because, again, these are administrative permits. So a CUP is different. That's a discretionary permit. You have to make findings. There's, subjectivity. There's judgment involved in terms of making those findings. In an alcohol exemption, it's a list of 26 conditions, and it's very black and white. It's like you either comply or you don't. And so in looking at the process, it didn't make sense to have an appeal of something that is black and white, because it's a yes or no. So I would suggest that if there's discomfort, with removing the appeal process, that it perhaps might make sense to actually tighten up the conditions, or, not proceed with something like this at all. So that's, in terms of an appeal of an administrative permit, it's not something that we do in the code. Like just as an analogy for administrative approvals for, new development projects, there is no appeal process for those. So this is the same thing.
So I understand that, but if we have a multitude of complaints from neighbors about some operation, right,
Yeah.
then what is the redress for that?
If there is the restaurants, and again, these apply to restaurants, or historically have been restaurants, and we have I think we've issued 90 of these since 2015, and certainly many more prior to the 2015 zoning update. It is very unusual, if we hardly ever see complaints about restaurants serving alcohol. But if there is issues, it can go through the code enforcement process in terms of compliance with the municipal code. Typically, the things we see maybe like noise or something like that.
You mean on the promenade? Because in other locations, it's been different. It's been a spillover from the location with bottles and people.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But again, this IZO is just for the 3rd Street Promenade area. So the approach taken here was different given the goals of the Promenade 3.0 process and what we had heard in terms of incentivizing or enticing, nightlife and bringing activity to the promenade in the evening hours. That's the proposal here is keeping in line with that direction.
Well, so I hear that, but I guess there's one other thing that concerns me, and that is the fact that we are building a lot of housing right around the promenade, downtown plan. So there will be more people there and potentially more complaints than we've had in the past.
Yes, certainly that's a consideration, which is why we didn't extend this to the whole Bayside Conservation District. We stopped it just on either side of the alley because it's not close to existing residential right now. So we felt that was a more appropriate boundary for what was being proposed here.
So, Jing, I guess what I'm asking you really, I'm sorry, is if there's any alternative or if there's something else we ought to be doing to make sure that people who live in the vicinity of the promenade are protected at the same time that we give the businesses on the promenade the flexibility to be as creative as they want.
Right. I think in terms of letting people know, that something got approved, there could be a notice, as to something that was in there. I think you could take a look at the hours of service. Again, it's really around the operational conditions, that might be helpful, but really the protections are built into the alcohol exemption condition. So that's where I would start to look at in terms of like what the controls are on those businesses that go through this permit.
And so I'm asking you if you have any ideas about what we could do in view.
Well, if I'm hearing your concern, it's with respect to noise, largely, and the spillover effects. So perhaps you could consider focusing on, the outdoor activities that are happening, because that is, this is a significant loosening of the alcohol service allowances for the alcohol exemption. So, to the extent that activity that happens indoors is behind closed doors and will contain that noise, you may want to take a look at what happens on those outdoor areas and the hours of service.
Well, so under the current conditions, like if we issue a permit and we get a lot of complaints about a particular business or establishment, would we be able to stop it if we wanted to under the current iteration?
Yes, I could probably have the city attorney maybe address it from an enforcement perspective, but it is like sort of an iterative or scaled, enforcement process. But that's what code enforcement is for.
So the permit brings with it conditions to the permit, and if you look at those conditions, they include a number of things. So, for example, condition I, compliance with Chapter 4.12 noise of the Santa Monica Municipal Code. So if there's a violation of that, that would be something that code enforcement could enforce. There are also a host of other requirements, many of which relate to conduct outside of the premises, which could be enforceable.
And apart from issuing citations, can we build something in there that that should there be persistent non-compliance, that they lose their right to operate, you know, as an alcohol?
That is not in there now.
Could I ask
So Jane, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't recall there's nothing in it right now that would provide for removal of the permit.
Could I ask the city attorney if it would be possible to bring a nuisance action?
There could be a nuisance action if they violate the conditions and if they violate them repeatedly, but that would be, you know, a standard nuisance action.
And would that, okay, so this is getting technical, but, and is that a private or public nuisance? Like, could a member of the public do it too?
I mean, in theory, if it were a public nuisance, a member of the public could, in theory, bring their own nuisance action, or they could refer it for enforcement, and we could pursue a nuisance action. But so, yes, those options are there.
Okay, thank you.
Before we proceed, Jane, you have a camera, I believe. It's not on at the moment. If
Oh.
you put it on, that would make it feel more.
I'm sorry. I'm
much
just
better.
staring at the screen. I didn't even realize that.
We're talking to somebody, not just a disembodied voice. Hello. You're next, Councilmember Winter.
So just two questions quickly before we hear from the public. What you're proposing is allowing the planning director certain latitude to determine whether a use that's not described in the code might fit within the code. And we got some correspondence about the next item about the ISO for the rest of the city, but might pertain here. Would that allow the planning director to figure out how a tasting room might work if we don't define it in the code?
Yeah, it would. So we're not proposing a change per se, but it's actually authority that is already in the code for the director to determine what would best fit into, you know, whatever use classification if it's not like specifically called out.
So we wouldn't be precluding uses that, you know, could stimulate our economy and revive the promenade just because we don't know what they are. We haven't seen
That's
them.
right. Yeah. Yeah. And the standard basically that it's not any more, you know, impactful, offensive, what have you, you know, than the use that's already defined in the code.
And then my next question is, given that there's some concerns about removing the 35% cap on alcohol sales, don't these establishments have ABC licenses, either 42 or 47, that require them to have a majority of their sales from food?
Yeah, I mean, what we had found in looking through our alcohol exemption conditions that have been around a really long time is that we were finding that they were like duplications of something, you know, things that the ABC already enforces. So you're absolutely right that if what this allows, it allows a business to have potentially multiple alcohol licenses, you know, that's, let's say there are 41 or 47, that they have to be what's called a bona fide eating place. So they have to make sure that they are serving food at the times you're serving alcohol. So the ABC would be enforcing that. So from a local perspective, you know, it didn't seem like we needed to be doing that and allow people to have the flexibility to move, you know, through different licenses if they wanted to.
Great. Thank you.
Member Davis.
Thanks. So with regard to the loading areas in the alleys, how is that going to affect automobile and non-automobile traffic? Are we going to make the alleys therefore more accessible to non-automobile uses like bikes and pedestrians? Can you explain to me sort of how that looks when we do this?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it would provide the opportunity to do that. So, you know, because the parking and loading operations plan is reviewed by mobility staff, you know, who also implement those kinds of projects in terms of having alley activation and increasing pedestrian or non-auto traffic through the alleys. It would provide the opportunity to try and coordinate how loading occurs, and it would actually even allow us the possibility, for example, of establishing loading zones on the cross streets as opposed to having it happen in the alley and then having goods rolled up, so it just gives us that operational flexibility instead of saying you must load at the back of your building.
So, for example, I just want to be clear, we could take out a parking space on one of the cross streets and do loading there, and that would open up the alleys for more pedestrian, bike, that kind of traffic, right?
Right. It would open up that possibility for us to explore that. Yeah.
And then the other question I have has to do with oh God, it just flew out of my head. Hang on one sec. So we have a lot of on the promenade, a lot of spaces, ground floor retail spaces that are by today's standards abnormally large. So in determining what uses are available, I know Councilmember Winter asked about tasting rooms, which would probably take more space than your typical retail. So this would allow the planning director to look at a large space and say, here's a use that will be a better use of that large space than what's currently allowed. Is that right?
Right. It would give us the opportunity. We wouldn't decide what's in that space, but if someone came along with a new idea in 2020, with these codes that were written in 1955, right, for us to make those kind of judgment calls.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilmember Moreno, you're in the queue twice. But that doesn't mean you get to ask twice as many questions. You're up.
No, but I do have two questions. So the first one is, and I understand the two different processes. One is getting open, and one is Councilmember Hemmerich's point about issues post-opening. Is there a way that we can review complaints post-opening, or that we can be flexible after someone opens when they are acting? Then they're.
I think we've lost you. We can't hear what you're saying.
How about now?
Yep, I can hear you.
That's better.
Okay, all right. Everyone's frozen, but you can hear me, so I'll keep going. My question was a follow-up to Councilmember Hemmerich's point, in that once we get a place open, which I think is incredibly important, and creates all of the challenges for businesses. So I really appreciate your work here, and certainly, in support of kind of the alcohol exemptions that you presented. But if there is an issue after someone opens, is there some way to review complaints and then react if an operator is acting in bad faith?
I mean, the only thing I can think of is we have a similar provision, and it's really, again, it's for conditional use permits, where the Planning Commission has an opportunity to review, how a business is performing after. It doesn't really allow for removal of that permit, because again, that's there's a path that we have to go down to even get to that point. But it does provide the opportunity to impose additional conditions. But again, because this is an administrative process, really those conditions are, should be set out ahead of time, because we intend for this to be a black and white, check the box, like you either do or don't comply at the beginning. And so, that opportunity to check in again, I think, is probably best handled through the enforcement process. Or as I'm saying, like we should set out in the beginning, to say, what we expect from the beginning.
Okay. All right.
And they
Thank
will
you.
also be operating under the ABC's jurisdiction as well. So
Right.
They too have enforcement authority.
Right.
Right. I'm very familiar with that, and they certainly keep me in line. I have one other question in regards to the process in general. So I know that this took a ton of work and really great work on your part and the part of the community. What's the ongoing process from here going forward? And is this going to be something that comes back to us on a regular basis? How do we move forward from here when tweaks are needed?
Are you talking about the zoning changes and not the whole Promenade 3? Yeah. So for the zoning changes, as we indicated, this is it's an interim zoning ordinance. So it does expire after 60 days, but we will, of course, be back for an extension before that time. So as an interim zoning ordinance, you always have the opportunity to come back to the council as issues arise. We have the opportunity to tighten up the restrictions, if something is happening that was not intended. So there's a lot of flexibility in the process to come back to council multiple times to address issues.
That's great. And that also gives the community a chance to then weigh in and say this is or it isn't working as well.
That's correct, right? And we'll see how implementation works, because this is definitely a new approach, in terms of the flexibility and the loosening of restrictions. Again, this is just the 3rd Street Promenade area, but I'm certain we'll get feedback from property owners, business operators, and DTSM surrounding residents about how things are going, and then we have the opportunity to address things in future IZOs.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
So we're still on questions, and Councilmember Hara, you're next.
Thank you. So I actually had the same question, which is any unforeseen impacts on residents and how they could come back to you, and what processes do we have in place in order for us to listen to them. So I guess you just kind of answered that, but I have another question, and that is for the loading in is there a time frame to do that? Do we have that already in place? I'm thinking about our sanitation department and for them to go through the alley to collect. So I want to make sure that there is space. We are thinking about, not having the cars or pedestrians or bicycles, but I also am concerned about them being able to go through the alleys during those loading and unloading time periods.
Yeah, that's exactly the kind of thing that we would be looking at in terms of our review of a parking and loading and operations plan. If you've been through the downtown alleys, they are super heavily used. By all kinds of service vehicles, including the city, in terms of sanitation pickup and what have you. So that's what we're looking for, is to minimize those impacts to the right of way and to make sure that there's coordination, that we don't have the loading happening when the refuse collection is coming. That's what this allows.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Winter.
So we've had these alcohol exemption permits in place for a while now, right? Not with as few conditions as you're proposing here, but we have been issuing those instead of CUPs for restaurants, correct?
That is right, yep.
Have we had any complaints that you're aware of about the places where we've issued those permits?
No, we haven't received any.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Let's see no more questions from council members. I have a couple, if I may, as mayor, before we go to the public. In this, is there any contemplation of the reuse of space where space might be combined? I heard you talk about perhaps finding ways to split up what are now very large retail places that may not be viable in the future. It seems that when we get those very large spaces, we end up with corporate tenants, not local, individualized, more special stores that make Santa Monica different from any mall. So would this plan allow inadvertently the combination of spaces, or would the rules that we previously had in place about how big a storefront could be on the promenade still?
Yeah, the DCP, if you recall with the adoption of the DCP, there are tenant space, limitations. There are still those controls on active uses at the front and, what can be at facing the promenade. So this doesn't change any of that.
Doesn't rescind that. Okay, good.
It doesn't, right, yeah, right.
The other thing is, after this economic collapse is over, we're still going to be worried about putting a lot of people into an office together. And there may be pressure from people who currently have large offices to have a lot of small offices with, only maybe 4 people, 6 people in them. And of course, those are not the sort of things that create the pedestrian traffic we want on the promenade. So is there anything in this, in allowing creativity, that contemplates the need to say no to office space at the ground floor on the promenade?
It is not, I I would have to just double check this actually, if you just give me a moment. I don't think we actually allow it on the promenade. Let me see
But an
here.
opening
Yeah,
of
the land use regulations do not allow offices to be on the ground floor anyways, so they would have to be upstairs and on the second floor.
that doesn't change either. Okay.
That doesn't change, no.
We've completed our questions for staff. It's time now to cross our fingers and hope this works as we go to get some comment from the public on our phone line.
By the way, I believe we have. Go ahead.
Transferring David Fairbank.
Hi, welcome to the meeting.
To cross our fingers and hope this works.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is David Fairbank, and I'm the General Manager of Lyft Bikes and Scooters in Santa Monica, which we run out of our Stewart Street warehouse. We want to thank the Council and City staff for your leadership during this COVID-19 crisis and for considering changes to the Shared Mobility Pilot Program. As a community partner and a business invested in the City of Santa Monica, we appreciate the difficulties.
We are not on item 7D or E yet.
Oh, I apologize.
That's okay. I think we have separate phone lines for each item. City Clerk, can you tell us how many people want to speak on item 7B?
I believe that there's 4 people.
Let's see if we can't get to that phone line and hear from the first of the 4. I apologize for cutting that other person off, but that was it.
I am transferring Denise Barton, who has confirmed she's speaking on 7B.
Hi, welcome to the meeting.
Hi, good evening. I have some issues with the emergency interim zoning ordinance for the 3rd Street Promenade, besides letting downtown Santa Monica run amok. My first question would be, due to the specified area, does that mean downtown Santa Monica Inc. will be abandoning the other businesses within their expanded area to Lincoln Boulevard? This also looks like the city putting things into effect that will again remove the residents from the planning process. And have you notified the ABC of your plans to remove them from the process too? Because by your actions, one does have to wonder how you will ever bring down the number of injuries and deaths to pedestrians due to drunk driving. But for some reason, all of you sitting up there seem to miss that correlation. And if this is expected to have a treatment and or vaccine by the end of the year or next summer for COVID-19, then why is the interim zoning ordinance for 5 years? Wouldn't it make more sense to reevaluate this economic situation in 2 years? Or would this look like you in downtown Santa Monica are taking advantage of the emergency situation? Wouldn't it make more sense to do the interim zoning ordinance for 2 years? Again, then finally, to show that you in downtown Santa Monica Inc. could care less about the residents downtown, several of your interim zoning uses could be seen as being disruptive to residents living in the area. I mean, you already have Drunk Row on 2nd Street between the Miramar, the Promenade, and Elefante. Or what about the to-go alcohol service? How many people are picnicking or dating in their cars parked on the streets? But for all these reasons, residents are only mentioned once on page 12 of 13. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome to the meeting. Hi, welcome to the meeting.
Transferring Sean Laundress.
Hi, welcome to the meeting.
Hi, it's Sean Landris, speaking as an individual, but I'm also a member of the Planning Commission. I wanted to first acknowledge that this work on item 7D is coming out of the really great work of the Promenade Task Force, on which I had the opportunity to serve as a representative of the Planning Commission, and really want to acknowledge the consensus work that's been done here, and also on the next item that you'll be seeing with many, many stakeholders, and particularly give a shout out to Alan Loomis, who's been a very talented leader for the efforts here. Unfortunately, as he's announced, he'll be leaving the city, so that's really our loss, but this work is really his product. Councilmember Himmelrich had asked about reporting issues, and as Jing had alluded to, the Planning Commission had been trying to craft some solutions around that issue, and I believe, and I'll defer to her to explain it more, we'd also come up with a self-reporting mechanism for an applicant to come back on a CUP after 12 or 24 months with their own assessment of what had come up and how they had resolved it. And that went a long way to building relationships between the operator and the community. And I just wanted to put that out there. And then lastly, on 7B, but this also applies to 7C, I did want to raise this question about bike and particularly bike conflicts with curbside access and pickup, just to make sure that that is on council's policymaking radar, because with delivery and with curbside pickup coming in, we're going to see a lot of vehicles crossing over bike lanes, on Arizona, on other places, and then of course in 7C throughout the city, in and out of bike lanes to do their pickup. And so I just wanted to flag that and hope that council will direct mobility to give that special attention so we don't inadvertently make it harder to bike around our city. Thank you.
Mr. Landry.
Thank you.
Transferring David Fairbank.
Hi, welcome to the meeting. We're currently entertaining comments on item 7B.
Yeah, I'm 7E.
Okay, so we're entertaining comments on 7B. If you could call back when we're entertaining those comments. Thank you.
So do we have anybody left who wants to speak from the public on 7B? I want to make sure.
That was it. That was it, just the two callers.
So close the public hearing then on item 7B and brings it back to the council. Did that raise any further questions, or does council want to start discussion? I don't see anybody asking.
I'm ready to move the staff report.
You need the keyboard. I assume you've been trying to message me, but I don't see it yet. Let me see if I can find it. There you are. Councilmember Davis.
Well, I was actually, Mayor Pro Tem O'Day was going to move the staff report, and I was going to do that as well. So I would like to move the staff report. I would like to include just an acknowledgement, as Mr. Landry set forth, that we do need to look for ways to promote non-car travel, but also reduce the conflicts as people rely more on pickup from restaurants between automobiles and bikes and pedestrians. So with those, I guess they're directions, for lack of a better term, I would move the staff report.
And Mayor Pro Tem, you want to second that then?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, I couldn't hear you. Okay, thank you. Other comment from other council members?
Right.
Councilmember Moreno, you really have to use the chat function because your image on my screen is smaller than a very small postage stamp. So it's very hard. If we're going to rely on people raising their hands, I'm going to miss you. Councilmember Moreno.
I am also in great support of this report. The one question I have, and I want us to consider, is our permitting fees. I think we're trying to understand the predictability here, and time is money, and it's critical that businesses, when they open, can identify that process. But I do think we need to consider kind of the reverse in this concept, in that if we reduce fees, that we actually might generate more business. As I understand, the third block of 3rd Street Promenade has a number of vacancies. And so the first 2 blocks will fill up first, and then that 3rd block will come. And we need to use every tool possible. So I'd like to see at least some understanding of permit fees and what we think the reduction in those fees would yield in terms of activity.
Well, that is not agendized for tonight, so I think what we'll have to do there is ask staff to come back. I'm sure we're going to have a fee-setting extravaganza when it comes time to look at the city budget very soon. So that could be taken under advisement for that, but unfortunately, what's agendized tonight wouldn't allow us to change those fees tonight.
No, I don't want to change anything, just to look at it and then bring that back when we do look at fees, specifically with regards to 3rd Street Promenade.
Understood. I see Councilmember Davis typing. Does that mean you wish to speak? Well, I'm going to raise a couple of things that came up in the questions, and my comments reflect concerns that I heard from other council members. The problem with anything we do like this and trying to be creative is that we're allowing new things to happen. And what that can mean is the unexpected comes down the road because people have a wonderful way of finding loopholes in whatever rules we make. And so if indeed something gets entitled under the IZO, as staff has told us, once that entitlement is there, it sticks. So I think we have to be very cautious about, at some point in the future, having to live with our mistakes. Now, there are a couple of relaxations that are being called for tonight that jump out at me. I'm very supportive of the idea of giving a chance for the promenade to move into a new era. I love the idea of entertainment on the promenade. But there are a couple of things that I wonder why we would really need to do it to this extent. They both involve taking long-standing rules and rather than amending them to make them work better, totally abandoning them and saying we're not going to be concerned with that anymore. And those are particularly the percentage of alcohol sales for someplace to be a restaurant and the length of time during which we allow a business that has gone out of business to be reestablished by a new operator on the same site as if it had been there continuously. And I'll treat these separately. We've heard that the ABC, currently the Alcohol Bureau from the state, currently requires that for a restaurant to be a restaurant, half the revenue has to come from food. Only half can come from alcohol. We have had a local rule that said that only 35% could come from alcohol. And I've heard a pretty good case made that that's too restrictive in the current era. But if we just say there'll be no limit on alcohol sales under the city's rules, then we're kind of abandoning it to the ABC, which A, may or may not enforce effectively, and B, could change that 50% rule, and we'd have no recourse if they went to 75%. I think that there's a real local interest in keeping an eye on when a restaurant turns into a sports bar. And those are the sorts of uses we've seen huge problems with in the city before. So that's the first thing I'm going to ask for as an amendment, is that rather than totally dropping the alcohol sales requirement, that we change it to be congruent with the ABC at 50%, but retain that in our code, that a 50% cap on alcohol sales will remain. And the other thing I'm going to ask for as an amendment, and I'll put them up together at first to save time, we have to split them apart, we will. Right now, we say that if a business goes out of business and is gone for a full year, then a new operator has to re-entitle. And the thinking behind that has always been that businesses evolve, needs evolve, customer desires evolve, and our zoning evolves. If we say that there is no limit on when an old business type can come back into a site, we're really kind of letting go of the future of our city. We're saying we should go back to something that maybe we found after a few years was not something we wanted to have in the city of Santa Monica. Now, I've talked with people who are very concerned about how the current limitation can make it hard for a new business to establish itself someplace where there really shouldn't be an issue. The 1 year may be too short, but letting it go to there being no limit, to my mind, is going too far. So I'm going to propose that rather than have a 1 year limit, we set a 3 year limit. And I've spoken with people in the business. They feel that 2 years would still be too short a time, but that 3 years should work for any legitimate reuse of a site. So I'm going to offer that as a combined friendly amendment to see if that'll work, that we keep an alcohol cap, we change it to 50%, and that we keep a reestablishment cap but move it from 1 year to 3 years. The alternative maker of the motion, who I believe was Councilmember Davis.
Yeah, those are not friendly, and if you want, I'll explain why, but you can ask the seconder too.
Yeah, I agree, not friendly.
Well, then I'll make a substitute motion that is the staff recommendation with those two changes, that we retain an alcohol cap and make it 50%, and we retain a reestablishment on site limit of time, but change it from 1 year to 3 years. And I'll see if that gets a second. Okay. Councilmember Davis.
Oh, I mean, I'm fine. I don't have anything else to say. Now that the substitute motion didn't get a second, I just wanted to give direction after we take the vote.
Councilmember Himmelrich.
I was simply going to suggest in response to your motion, Mayor McEwen, that instead of having no requirements and leaving enforcement to the alcohol board, that we actually have adopt their requirement not as 50%, but whatever their requirement is, which I hope would maintain our ability to enforce it.
Are you making that as a suggested substitute motion?
Well,
or do you want to see if it's a friendly amendment first?
Yeah, I wonder if that is just saying that our rules are the same as the ABC's rules, if only to make it within our ability to enforce, as opposed to having no rule whatsoever.
Okay, so I'm a little unclear, because if what you're saying is we should just adopt the ABC's rules, that's what the current motion anticipates, is that if we remove our limitations, the ABC's limitations would apply. If what you're suggesting is that we should, within this IZO, adopt the ABC's current limits, that was what Mayor McEwen suggested, which I did not think was friendly. So I'm not sure which of the two it is, but I think one is already part of the motion and the other one is not friendly.
Well, so I'm not suggesting it be part of the motion, because I don't think we need to do that. I think it ought to be part of the alcohol license conditions. In other words, saying that those are our conditions as well as ABC's, only to allow us to enforce them. Because I'm not sure if we're silent on it, and maybe this is a question for our council, who probably, I'm guessing this is a complicated issue. I don't understand how including a rule that's also the rule of the state agency would enable us to enforce the rule, but I'm guessing that it might give us abilities to enforce it in a way that we could not if we don't say it at all. Do you understand what I mean?
Actually, I have a clarification being requested from the planning department, so let's see if that might be helpful.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just to address Councilmember Himmelrich's question, there actually is a condition already in the AE. It's condition Q. It's on page 18 of the ordinance, and it reads, in the event of a conflict between the regulations of this section and regulations issued by the ABC regulations shall control and be deemed to have modified contrary provisions of this section. So in effect already adopts, whatever the ABC rules are.
So, but does that allow us to enforce that? My question is only about enforcement. I don't care if the rule is 75% or 10%. What I wonder is if with that provision, are we able to enforce the rule?
I believe we are. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
It's in a local permit, so I would think that it would be enforceable by us, and in addition to whatever enforcement ABC would have as well.
Great, thank you.
So we don't need to amend the IZO as proposed then to do that?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, great, thanks.
Seeing no further council comment on this, and having had my amendments found unfriendly and my substitute motion unseconded, I have to say, I think that this in general is so important for downtown and the promenade that I'm going to support the staff recommendation unchanged. Although I do have reservations that we may find ourselves down the road with uses in place that we wish we had put greater control on. I know that staff has pointed out that this only applies to a narrow part of downtown, but there are residents who live up on the other side of Wilshire Boulevard on 3rd Street who already have had and felt impacts from things that are happening on the promenade. I'm concerned that we do protect our community and not just throw the doors of opportunity wide open without forethought. But again, the idea of having a re-energized downtown with entertainment and all the good things that this is proposing is really important to me, and I think really important to the city. So I will be supporting the motion. Councilmember Hara, did you want to say something before we go to a vote?
Yes, I did. I just wanted to make sure, did I hear correctly that this is an interim provision and that we can probably have it back within 60 days? I just want to make sure that that's correct.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you so much.
But it is also correct that anybody who files for an entitlement during that period probably has the vested right to go forward with it. Is that right, interim city attorney?
Yes, that is correct as well. So if someone gets the permit during that 60 days, it extends beyond that.
I see no further comment from the council, so I'd ask the city clerk to call the roll, please. Item 7B.
Councilmember Morena?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter? Councilmember Winter? You need to unmute. Let me see if I can.
Ted?
Ted, we can't.
Can anybody see Ted? I don't see Ted.
I think he
Yes.
just unmuted himself.
I see that beard. Yeah, that's him.
Okay. Did he say yes or no?
Oh, there he goes.
Well, Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
Mayor McKeown?
Yes, and I'm
Now,
anticipating.
Did we hear anything from Councilmember Winter?
I think we have to wait for Councilmember Winter, who I think left and will connect again. I'd like
I think
to hold
he's
the
back.
He is. Councilmember Winter, we held the vote for you. Can you now speak?
Speak. I did not request to speak. Are we just voting on the motion?
We're voting, yes.
Couldn't hear you vote.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. That is unanimous 7-0 vote of the City Council. Thank you, Councilmember Winter. Before, your audio wasn't working, so we wanted to make sure you had a chance to vote on this. So that is the staff recommendation on item 7B, which has now been approved unanimously by the council, and that'll move us on to its companion, item 7C.
Mayor McEwen, I had asked for the opportunity to give direction at the closing of that motion in the moderator chat.
And I'm sorry I don't see it, but I'll go looking for it, because often what happens is other people jump in and mix up the order. I really don't see you here. And I see a message from Ted that he can't hear again. Is that an old message, Ted? You can hear us now, right?
That is an old message.
Okay. Councilmember Davis, why don't you give us direction?
Well, I would like to propose, I know that in the staff report it says this is the first of several steps that we're working on for economic redevelopment. But I think as we all probably heard today at the Board of Supervisors meeting, there was discussion about keeping some of the safer at home orders in place for up to 3 months. And there's been a lot of conversation about if restaurants in particular reopen, they're going to have to reopen under very strict guidelines, such as more social distancing, taking out 50% of their tables. So I would just like to give direction to staff to prioritize looking for creative ways to let restaurants use space that might not otherwise be available to them, whether it's sidewalk space where it's sufficiently wide to allow pedestrian and other traffic, or the use of street areas, closed off streets, for example, or nearby parking lots. I'm not trying to give any particular ideas, but the idea is to make it a priority for staff to look for opportunities for restaurants to expand their serving footprint. So if they are caught in this, you can reopen, but only with 50% of your space, your current space filled, that they'll have opportunities to look for other places, because most of the restaurateurs that I've spoken with said if they have to open at 50%, they won't make any money and they won't reopen. They'll just go bankrupt.
Councilmember Davis might suggest that's probably more appropriate for item 7C. This item is only about the promenade and the alleys immediately adjacent. So
yeah, and the only reason I include it is because there are actually streets that run through the promenade that might be appropriate for parklets, or we talked about opening up the alleys. But I'm happy to include it as part of 7C. If we can sort of backload it into 7B as well, I'm happy to do it there.
And I think it's a good idea. Is there any objection from anyone on the council to including this direction for staff to look into this and explore how we might do it? I see only a thumbs up, and everybody else looks like they're relatively happy. So that direction is thereby given.
Thank you.
Before we moved on, but now we will move on to item 7C.
Item 7C is introduction and adoption of an emergency interim zoning ordinance modifying permitting processes and use classifications to support economic recovery of local businesses impacted by COVID-19 in all commercial areas except for the 3rd Street Promenade area. And you have no request to speak.
And I referred to this as a companion measure, but there are significant differences. So could the staff please give us a presentation, particularly highlighting what the differences are?
Great. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Again, thank you, Mayor. Jing Yo, Planning Manager. This is the Emergency Interim Zoning Ordinance for Initial Steps for Economic Recovery, shorthand known as the IZO, affecting the rest of the city outside the 3rd Street Promenade. So here we go. So, as we have known, the economic impacts on local business from COVID-19 have been devastating on the economy. You can see here some of the hardest hit sectors include retail, arts, entertainment, leisure, hotels, and food service. So when we look at the purpose of this interim zoning ordinance, we really focused on quick and simple actions that could bring immediate regulatory relief to existing local businesses. We had a specific focus on restaurant and retail, and I think importantly, this IZO is not intended to address every single issue that we've heard over the years. Again, it's meant to be these quick and simple actions. So in terms of putting this together, we asked ourselves, and we certainly heard a lot of feedback from the business community about what the major barriers for opening or expanding a business are. And so you'll see coming forward that we have 4 major areas in terms of use restrictions, the alcohol service process, and then parking and loading requirements. So thought it'd be helpful to start out as to understand where do these new rules apply. So this map shows pretty much all the major commercial areas in the city. What's excluded from here is the Promenade area and the Bergamot area. We did not include Bergamot in this just because of the speed at which this needed to come forward. But again, talking about the focus of this was existing restaurant, retail businesses. There's not that many of them in Bergamot, and we have to go through a different process of amending the Bergamot area plan. So, certainly we could include that in future IZOs if there was interest in doing that. As an emergency IZO, it is effective immediately. So this is just an overview of the new rules that will come into play in terms of use restrictions. You'll see, similar to the Promenade, there's flexibility and abandonment. We have different rules for restaurants, in terms of permitting them. We're taking a look at Main Street in terms of the number of restaurants per block on Main Street. We've heard about fitness studios, a new food hall classification, and then parking and loading, and of course, flexibility and alcohol service. So the first area where things are different is with respect to removing the time limit for abandoned uses. We have often encountered many situations, whether through the counter or through the consultation process, where somebody comes to us and, it's been 18 months, since the prior use closed down, and it was a restaurant before, and they just want to reopen the restaurant the same way as it was. And they can't do it because they need to now seek a conditional use permit to reopen that restaurant, or a minor use permit. And it seems that unnecessary process to put someone through to open a business that was already there. This is intended, the change here is really only applying for restaurant and retail uses, so it's a very narrow focus. It would eliminate that 1-year time limit on when a use is considered abandoned. And it only allows the continuation of the immediately prior use. So for example, someone could not have a restaurant use and have it become retail and then go back to that restaurant. It just means that that restaurant use was there before and you want to continue it. The reason that we propose removing the time limit is because the impacts of this emergency, of this pandemic, have really been devastating to a lot of local businesses. The ability to reoccupy these spaces could go on for potentially an unknown period of time, and we didn't want to put a limit on the reoccupation of those spaces if people just wanted to go back to what was there before. So given the narrow applicability of this provision, the proposal is to eliminate that 1-year time limit. The second area is with respect to restaurants. So currently in the code, restaurants require a public hearing due solely to their size. So if it's a restaurant that is more than 2,500 square feet, you're required to obtain a minor use permit. If it's over 5,000 square feet, you need a conditional use permit. These are public hearings at either the zoning administrator or the planning commission. However, it's unclear what conditions would be imposed that are not already imposed in the code with respect to how restaurant operations are regulated. Typically, most restaurants want to serve alcohol, so regulations on their operations are already imposed through the alcohol exemption permit. If they want to have entertainment, there are standards for that. And then if you're a limited service or takeout restaurant as opposed to a sit-down restaurant, there are also existing conditions in the zoning code for that. So what would be changing is to allow restaurants up to 5,000 square feet to be a permitted use. So this would eliminate the requirement to obtain a minor use permit or conditional use permit. And it's, again, only for restaurants up to 5,000 square feet. Another area that we have heard some feedback on previously is with respect to the restaurant cap on Main Street. This is a relatively long-standing cap that has limited restaurants on Main Street to no more than 2 per block. However, this has hindered flexibility in the reoccupation of tenant spaces. That cap was originally put on due to concerns from from adjacent neighborhoods with respect to restaurant activity on Main Street. But those regulations were in place at least since the late 90s, if not earlier than that. And it's proved challenging, in terms of reoccupying some of these existing tenant spaces. So what's proposed is to remove those limitations on the number of restaurants per block on Main Street, so that they could be more than 2 per block if that is what the market desires. Another area, this seems relatively minor, but it's with respect to small fitness studios. But this is something that we've also seen quite often. Again, someone wants to open a small yoga studio. There is in the code currently a 5-person cap on defining what that is. It's under a definition called personal services physical training. However, once you go over that 5-person limit, it triggers a disproportionate parking requirement. So you can see there we've put an example of what happens, when you go beyond that 5-student limit. So for a 2,000 square foot yoga studio, if you're changing a use, from a retail to a studio, for example, you don't have to provide parking if you have 5 students. However, once you want to go over 5 students, you want to have 7 students, all of a sudden you need to provide 23 parking spaces. And that doesn't quite make a lot of sense. And it's prevented, some local business owners from wanting to do something like this from opening just because there is no space for that parking. So this would provide flexibility for change of use for these small fitness studios, again, fitting within that realm of, what are typically neighborhood serving uses. It's important to note that large gyms will, of course, still require a conditional use permit as they do today. We are proposing here to add food halls as a new use classification citywide. So it would be a permitted use in the downtown area. So that includes the promenade area and the whole downtown area, but except for Wilshire Transition and Lincoln Transition, because these are the transition areas next to the neighborhoods, and also would be conditionally permitted in citywide commercial zones, given the mix of uses. I wanted to note here that there was an error in the ordinance, so we just want to read into the record this correction. It's on page 6. Section 2A2 of the IZO, and you can see here that this is the language that it should say. And this is reflective of the Planning Commission's recommendation with respect to food halls, so we inadvertently left out that particular direction, so this is the corrected language here. In terms of parking requirements, this is a barrier that we have heard for a very long time in terms of parking, driving, land use. It's been a long-standing barrier for opening and expanding new business, especially these changes of use. And so what's changing is the code already includes a sort of little gimme for changes of use with respect to parking. So right now, if you require up to 3 new spaces for a change of use, you don't need to provide additional parking. So we're proposing to increase that to 10 spaces. In addition, given some of the limitations, that we've heard previously with respect to parking, we're also proposing that the change of use is based only on the dining area and that it also excludes outdoor dining area, especially given, what may be the new normal and needing to, maximize or utilize those outdoor dining areas, wherever they may be on a property. We didn't want that to affect restaurant operators' ability to open and continue to have a viable business. In terms of loading, we kind of covered this in the Promenade IZO, but this is intended similar thing citywide. Again, it's not just the loading space requirement, but it's in combination with all of the other requirements that get triggered with a change of use. So this would be when a change of use is proposed for up to 5,000 square feet, that the loading space requirements, would be eliminated and then replaced with this alternative for submittal of a parking and loading operations plan. And with the findings, would be required that it doesn't conflict with project operations and it also does not impact the public right of way. In terms of the alcohol process, there's some tweaks here just to provide more flexibility in alcohol service. But again, this only applies to restaurants. So major difference from the Promenade is we are not proposing to expand the alcohol exemption permit to anything of any other use, so you can't open a bar or nightclub or what have you. That still continues to require a CUP. This is specifically just for restaurants, so they still must serve food. They still have to have a full kitchen on site. They have to offer food when alcohol is being served. We do want to note that over the past 5 years, since we've put in place this updated alcohol exemption process, we've had 90 alcohol exemption applications submitted, and there have been no appeals or any complaints. So this is a process that appears to have worked rather successfully. It is an alternative to the CUP. It's intended to acknowledge that restaurants generally as a use are not impactful to the surrounding neighborhood. However, we have had experience over the years where some operators have had to apply, through a burdensome, expensive conditional use permit process just to ask from a minor tweak from the conditions. Typically, we see requests with respect to increasing or expanding the hours of alcohol service. So there's a mix of hours in the conditions right now. We would propose to make those uniform, so to allow alcohol service from 8 a.m. to midnight. We would propose to eliminate the 35% cap on revenue for alcohol sales. We were comfortable with this because, again, the conditions with respect to requiring that food is served when alcohol is being served and they have to have a full kitchen, means that this still has to remain a restaurant and an eating place. So it seemed to make sense to allow that to happen because we would be able to enforce that condition. We would proposing to eliminate the limits on number of TV screens and also to continue to allow takeout and delivery of alcohol if they hold the appropriate ABC license. And here again, we would also propose to eliminate the appeal process for alcohol exemptions over 50 seats. We sort of talked about that in the prior hearing. So that is a summary of all the changes that are being proposed. I just wanted to preview some of the forthcoming actions under the umbrella of economic recovery. So as I indicated, we are working on an overhaul to the minor outdoor dining process and guidelines. This is something that has been in the works for the past few months, and we expect to have something complete in June with respect to that. We will also be bringing forward in an upcoming council meeting increasing staff approval authority for simple design review. So these are like signs and facade remodels and the like, And then we will also continue to further explore, refuse operations in terms of how they relate to change of use and also process streamlining for opening and expanding businesses. That concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Well, thank you very much for that. And before we go to questions from the council, let me turn to the city clerk. How many members of the public do we have who want to speak on this item at this point? I think you said there was one.
We have one. We have one speaker. Yes.
We'll go to the council now for questions. We'll start with Councilmember Moreno. Greg, I don't hear you.
All right. I froze a little bit. Is it good now?
Well, kind of.
Greg, if you turn off your video, it'll help your bandwidth.
You're cutting in and out. We may have to get you a little bit of technical help. Let's go to Councilmember Davis, and then we'll come back to you, Greg.
So I have a couple of questions. The first one is, in the previous ordinance for the promenade, we had operating hours for sale of alcohol till 2 a.m., but in this one it only goes till midnight. Why the difference?
It's because this is the citywide one, so we're talking about commercial areas that are adjacent to residential neighborhoods. So we propose to scale it back, given the potential, noise impacts that might come from going beyond midnight.
And I know that in past we've had, and I know some of this is we're trying to streamline, but we've differentiated between like Friday and Saturday nights versus the weeknights. Is this blanket closing at midnight just to streamline it, or was this an attempt to sort of pull back? Because some of the bars outside of the downtown can stay open after midnight now.
Yeah, if again, these are for restaurants, so this is an expansion of, so yes, it is definitely a streamlining to simplify, to have like one set of hours across, all 7 days a week. You're right that within the existing alcohol exemption conditions, Friday, Saturday nights, go a little bit longer, but this would allow the Sunday to Thursday, I guess, to have the same hours, because we have had operators that, they would like to serve alcohol on Tuesday night, and they're like, I can't do this AE process just because I want to be open and serve alcohol. So we just wanted to make that sort of simplified across the board and gives them the option to do that.
So now I'm sorry, that generated a follow-up question. So if someone wanted to stay open till 2 a.m., a restaurant wanted to stay open and serve alcohol till 2 a.m., they still could. They just have to go through the more elaborate process?
They would have to go through the CUP process. That's right. Yep. Yeah.
But that option still would be available?
That option would still be available, right? This is just intended to provide a sort of standardized, like if you would like to do if you don't mind stopping at alcohol service at midnight, then you have this easier process. But if you want to go beyond that, then you need to get a CUP. Now, it certainly doesn't require that they close the whole restaurant at midnight. They could continue to have, the restaurant open until whenever they want to open till, but, the alcohol service would just need to stop at midnight.
Okay. And then the other question I have is, in your last slide, you don't have to put it back up, but is your last slide where you talked about the next steps would be looking at outdoor dining issues? Is that sort of encompassing the direction I gave in connection with the last? I mean, I'm not saying it's exactly the direction, but would that include the kind of direction I gave with the last one about looking for creative ways to expand the footprint of restaurants into outdoor areas so that they could have the same number of patrons even if they have subject to social distancing requirements?
Your direction is a little bit different than this. The minor outdoor dining process has to do with the leasing of public right-of-way, so usually the adjacent sidewalk. I think what you're talking about is, parking lots and things like that, which is a little different, but we definitely heard that direction loud and clear.
Okay, well, I can give that same direction at the end of this one, too, and just say ditto. But, okay, those were my questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Moreno, I think we have you back.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few questions. First of all, thank you very much for this. As a restaurant owner operator myself, I understand firsthand just how challenging it is to open one of these things. So this is a tremendous boost, and thank you for listening. So one question: there's a couple of legacy sites on Main Street that have been restaurants or bars in the past. It has certainly been more than a year since they were open. Does the extension of beyond or eliminating the 1 year requirement, does that also retroactively apply to these spaces as well?
Yeah, it would. It would.
Okay. Great. That's my first question. And my second question.
Again, provided they are restaurant and retail. So just note the narrow applicability of the abandonment provision is just restaurant and retail.
Just for restaurant serving and retail.
Restaurant and retail. That's right. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. And then I had a question on the other IZO on 3rd Street. You have a light industry component. Is that light industry not on to do use some sort of maker here, or is there a reason why?
I'm not sure I heard that. I think you were asking about light industry.
Yeah,
is that right?
Yeah.
Audio is dipping into max headroom territory. I'm not sure if it's a bandwidth issue or what, but if you could try to restate the question, then maybe after staff has answered it, you and Corey could talk about your tech situation, because there does seem to be a problem.
Okay, thank you. Last. Here, the reason why we don't.
Alas, I couldn't hear all of that. Could anybody? No. Tell you what, Councilmember Morena, after we hear from the public, there'll be another chance to ask questions of staff. If you could consult with our tech team and try to figure out what's going on. In the meantime, we'll open the public hearing and go to the phone caller. I hope that's working, is it? The clerk, do we have a phone call?
Have a word.
They're about to be transferred in.
Thank you.
On their way. You're welcome.
Nobody said it would be easy. I suspect we are on KCRW tonight. This must be quite a challenge for those listening. Being able to at least see us all here, looking expectant, waiting for the phone call to get patched through.
You mean all two of them, Kevin? How many did they say there were in that last thing?
Okay, so we have a call. I'm going to jump to the callers.
Transferring Joshua Lickman.
Hi, welcome to the meeting. We're entertaining comments on item 7C.
Yes, hi. I'd like to speak on that. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Joshua Lickman, and I'm the Director of Development and Hospitality for Juneshine, a hard kombucha brewery based out of San Diego. I'm here tonight to let you know that our company is in support of item 7C and the proposed IZO being discussed this evening for commercial districts. In addition, we support all of the suggested amendments to item 7C outlined in the MSBIA letter that has been submitted to the Council. These proposed measures provide businesses like ourselves the ability to survive during these challenging times and gives us a fighting chance to be successful here in Santa Monica. Our company has been working hard to open up a storefront retail tasting room known as the Juneshine Santa Monica Outpost in an existing 1,800 square foot ground level retail space at 2914 Main Street. Due to the unique nature of the specific products and the services offered at our Outpost store, and because our product does contain alcohol, there's no definition of the type of use we fall under in the Santa Monica Municipal Code, causing frustration and challenges for both us and the City of Santa Monica's Planning Department on what to call our use. Currently, the Planning Department is trying to fit us under the City of Santa Monica's restaurant limited service and takeout definition, but that definition is not applicable to us due to our unique concept being more retail than restaurant focused. Due to the lack of clarity on our use, for months we've been working through the CUP process, causing financial strain on our business. That is why we strongly support the suggested amendments of item 7C outlined in the MSBIA letter, and hope that the City of Santa Monica will adopt a similar definition to what the City of San Diego has adopted for our use. In the City of San Diego, we are known as a retail tasting store, and our approvals are processed at an administrative level, which is not required to go through a conditional use permit. By adopting the definitions discussed above, making the requested changes by the MSBIA, and adopting item 7C in the proposed IZO, it will help eliminate the red tape we're currently facing and provide us the ability to open our retail concept in a much shorter time frame. We strongly believe in our concept will create such a positive impact on the community. We want to thank you for your time and consideration of these measures, which will help make Santa Monica move forward in such a positive direction and help businesses like ourselves get a great head start in being successful in this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
City.
you.
That was our only call, is that correct? City Clerk, can you confirm that it's okay to close the public hearing at this point?
Yes, it's okay to close the public hearing. That was our only call.
I will do that. Councilmember Winter, I see you in the queue, but I want to give Councilmember Morena a chance to ask the question that his connection didn't allow him to last time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate it. Hopefully you can all hear me now. Great. So, Jing, I was asking a question that was similar to the comment that was just made about this kind of light industry concept and maker space, if that's what that is, or if it can be defined that way. Is there a reason why we included it on 3rd Street and not on Main Street?
Yeah, again, it's the adjacency to residential neighborhoods, because that light industry could potentially be, you know, like you're saying, these maker spaces. You could have someone doing woodwork or what have you, you know, on an alley side, which, you know, may have a residential use right across, you know, less than 20 feet away, you know, from that. So we were considering that it's appropriate from the promenade for, you know, where not adjacent to residential, but in the citywide one, we've taken a much more scaled back approach. And I think additionally, we just hadn't heard an interest in that, you know, in the areas outside of downtown. So it's not something that had actually really come up either.
Got it. Okay, thank you. And I have a question about to-go businesses, and obviously, you know, with the proliferation of to-go services, I know that's been a challenge for me at the planning counter for years, trying to figure out that part of my business pre-COVID. Is that a consideration in all of this? And if someone wants to put a to-go window in their business, is that allowable? How does that work?
Yeah. So we have restaurants. There's a classification: restaurants full service, which is the sort of traditional sit-down dining kind of thing, and then there's restaurants limited service and takeout. So that is also an allowable use classification in the city. And so what we're saying here with these changes is that you could be a restaurant, a to-go limited service takeout restaurant, up to 5,000 square feet. Wouldn't need to go through that discretionary process. You would be a permitted use. There are conditions in the code and specific standards, you know, that apply only to those limited service restaurants, that they would still have to comply by. So those operations are still controlled by those specific standards in the zoning code.
Awesome. Thank you. I should have applied now for my restaurant chain. And then a question, would you mind throwing up that map that you had once threw up? I'm just curious.
Sure.
To know why Bergamot, for example, wasn't included, or other parts of the city. I know commercial corridors do make a lot more sense to try and protect the neighborhoods. But I'm curious as why Bergamot wasn't included. and if there's any other areas that we should consider to be included.
So as I indicated, we were asked to put this together in immediate relief for existing local businesses. So our focus was largely the major commercial areas of the city. Bergamot, it's certainly a job center. There actually are not a lot of existing retail or restaurant businesses there. There are definitely some, but not the concentration that you see on, the rest of the major boulevards. So it wasn't a focus in this initial ordinance. And as I said at the beginning, it wasn't meant to address every single thing. In addition to amend the Bergamot area plan, because the land use classifications are in the area plan itself as opposed to the zoning code, it would have required us to go through a process through the planning commission, and it just wouldn't have been to the council as quickly as we wanted to get it to you. But if there's interest, obviously we could add, apply these to the Bergamot area. We just have to go through the process with the planning commission first.
Got it. Okay, cool. Thank you very much. I get that. And then following up on one of the email questions that I had to you, in tattoo shops and barber shops, salons, I know that it's slightly different and not necessarily considered retail or restaurant, obviously, but any reason why those weren't included in this process as well? Again, this initial process was, to focus on those retail and restaurant businesses, which make up the large majority of the local businesses in the city. Looking at, generation of sales tax revenue and the like. It was just our first cut at it. I don't think that we just hadn't heard that barbershops and tattoo parlors, were something that should be considered. But certainly, if that was council's desire, we could consider that in further amendments to the IZO.
That's the last question, Greg. Greg, you done? I think Greg's technology may have just said he's done. Councilman. Ted, can you hear me?
Yes.
You're up.
Are we giving up on Greg for the time being? Sure. So just a few questions, one of which I asked in the last item about this issue of tasting rooms, and I was advised that would be in the discretion of the planning director to allow those uses. We just heard from someone who's trying to put in a tasting room on Main Street. Does this IZO allow the same discretion to say fit something in a round peg into a square box, essentially?
Right. So, not to get too much into detail on the specific permit itself, but we've been working with them on some time and trying to find a way to, I think there was concern about going through that discretionary process, and it just didn't, there's just different operational conditions, that we're trying to fit them into. The way they're proposed now is that that if they have that limited food use, they could go through this new alcohol exemption process, that allows a food serving use to serve alcohol through an administrative process. So it seems there's definitely a path forward for them. That is when you have service of alcohol, I was talking about more about like other land uses where you don't have the specific alcohol service, where it's sort of a different creative idea. In this sense, when you throw alcohol service into it, there are very specific rules that kind of come around that. So we tried to loosen those up. So that's little different in terms of what the director has discretion to do versus, when you're trying to serve alcohol, and there's a very specific section of the code that deals with that.
Okay, and then this also was in the last ordinance. There's regulations against patrons standing outside shall not be served alcohol. What was the thinking behind that?
So because the alcohol exemption is, again, for restaurants, where food is being served, the idea for those outdoor areas, particularly in the citywide ordinance where you are adjacent to residential neighborhoods generally, is to try and put restrictions around the activity in those outdoor areas. The intent, I believe, was to not have, spring break style, like standing on the patio, with a lot of people being served alcohol. It does not mean that you cannot serve alcohol on the patio, is that it's for, seated dining, or for, someone that's eating food, then they can have incidental, glass of wine or beer or spirits or what have you with their food, but not, have the outdoor patio turned into a standing bar area.
All right, thank you. And then, did you get the letter from the Main Street merchants with some of their additional ideas? And do you have any thoughts on those?
We certainly heard those suggestions from Main Street before, and I think it's certainly something that we can look at in terms of all the suggestions. For this initial ordinance, we were just bringing forth things that were relatively simple and that wouldn't bring a huge amount of impact to the neighborhoods. So it's a little bit of a conservative approach to sort of ramp up and see how it goes, and then we can always kind of add on as things make sense. So we look forward to working with Main Street on the suggestions they've proposed.
And then one last question, getting back to the bergamot here, not being included in this. I don't know if you received the same letter we got from a large property owner there who's being stymied and changing uses to restaurant because of the parking requirements.
Yep.
Are you aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware of that, yeah.
So we could give direction to start looking at bergamot and get that fixed relatively soon, correct?
Yes, we could.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Morena, I see you again. So do you have another question or motion?
No, thanks. Councilmember Winter got the rest of mine. Thank you.
Okay, there are no further questions. Anybody want to move this item?
I will move the item.
I will second. This is Anna.
All right, so we have a motion by Councilmember Winterer, seconded by Councilmember Ara. Further discussion. Ted, I see you back in the queue.
No, that was just trying to get questions in, pounding on the door. I'm not in the queue anymore.
Councilmember Davis and Councilmember Morena have both lit up on my screen.
So I would like to offer a friendly amendment, similar to what we did with the downtown plan, that as we go through these changes, we pay special attention to the interaction between loading operations and just in general conflicts or potential conflicts between automobiles and other forms of transportation. For example, if we establish pickup zones and things like that where you have cars crossing the bike lanes, that sort of thing.
That is friendly.
And Councilmember Morena.
I'd also like to offer a friendly amendment. I'd like to include tattoo shops and personal care sites as well. I'd also like to.
I would say that's not friendly if for no other reason that it was not agendized and the public has not had time to give us thoughts on those particular operations.
Fine, I'll make a direction afterwards. No problem. But I would like to offer that alcohol exemptions include a later date, 2 a.m. on Friday and Saturday night.
That's not friendly just because there's so many of these establishments in black residential neighborhoods and they're restaurants, and it's not friendly, sorry. Love you, but not friendly.
Okay, so before,
all right.
There was one amendment that was accepted by Councilmember Winter as friendly, but I forgot to turn to the seconder and find out if it was friendly to her as well. Councilmember Hauer.
Yes, it's friendly.
Councilmember Morena, did you have anything else?
Yeah, I'm still going. Thank you. I think I'd like to switch from a friendly amendment to a substitute motion, and offering that the exemption include 2 a.m. for Friday and Saturday.
I'll second that. See how it goes.
Is that just a motion, everything else except just going to 2 a.m. on Fridays and Saturdays, but everything else included in the original motion?
Everything else included in the original motion, but including 2 a.m. for Friday and Saturday.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
And also including Councilmember Davis's friendly accepted amendment.
Or the bike, yes, multimodal, pickup, curbside, etc.
Okay, so now we're at discussion on the substitute motion. Before we get there, the interim city attorney asked to say something.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that everybody understands that this is the ordinance as is in the agenda with the corrected language that Jing had in her PowerPoint for the permitted or conditional use of food halls. Make sure that everybody understands that that's how I understand the motion right now.
Understood by all? See, no confusion. Yep. So we're at discussion on the substitute motion.
Karen, I raised my hand on the chat room.
No, you're right, but before you did, so did Councilmember Himmelrich, so she's first.
So on the substitute motion, I actually would have been in favor of the tattoo parlor and the personal use. That wasn't agendized, I agree with but the 2 a.m. So I have been in too many meetings where 2 a.m. was a problem near Main Street. I mean, during the short time relative to other people that I've been involved, 2 a.m. Has drawn 2 a.m. in a rowdy atmosphere in a restaurant has drawn a lot of complaints. I think that it's good to start with 12, something that will be acceptable and cause this program to fly. I think that there are places with 2 a.m. I think there are ways that people can get 2 a.m., but I certainly don't think that every establishment on Main Street should be raging till 2 a.m. So I'm opposed to 2 a.m., but I'm for tattoos and personal care, although I don't have any.
So is that a friendly amendment to add tattoo parlors back into the...
No, I'm sorry.
So that can't be done tonight. And Councilmember Winter was next in the queue.
Yeah, I won't be supporting the substitute motion for reasons similar to Councilmember Hemmerich. If an operator wants to be able to serve until 2 a.m. on the weekends, they can apply for a CUP, which gives the neighbors the opportunity to weigh in with any concerns they might have and have, potentially the Planning Commission craft conditions that addresses those concerns. But without a public process with the alcohol exemption permit to allow establishments in close proximity to residential neighborhoods to go that long, I can't support that.
Councilmember Davis, I think, Mayor, you were on mute.
How about Councilmember Davis?
So I just want to clarify. We currently have establishments on Main Street that are able to that serve alcohol till 2 a.m. Is that correct?
That is, yes, that is correct. However, some of them actually they may have been there so long that they actually don't even have a CUP or a city permit controlling their operation. So that's the difference.
Right. Well, yeah. No. I mean, I think some have been there longer than any of us have been alive, yeah. And I'm pretty old. But I think some do have CUPs that allow them to stay open until 2 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
So we'd be treating new businesses different than existing businesses within the same business area on Main Street, correct?
Right, but the difference is they did seek that CUP. They went through the process to ask for those extended hours versus this administrative process.
Well, right, but and I just want to make sure I'm clear. One of the reasons we're doing this is to sort of encourage economic revitalization. Mm-hmm. So wouldn't it make it easier for someone, if they didn't have to go through that CUP process, to just be on the same footing as other establishments in the same? Again, I'm sort of focused on Main Street, and I know this goes throughout the whole city, but sort of focused on Main Street in particular about disadvantaging certain businesses. Are we not concerned about that?
I think that's certainly something the council could consider in terms of, what existing businesses have and what you would like to allow going forward.
Okay, thanks.
Well, I'm going to express the same concern I had with the previous ordinance, which is that we may be undervaluing our adjacent residential neighborhoods and ignoring impacts that could be very serious for the people who live close by, not just to Main Street, but to the other boulevards throughout town. Again, we've already had the ability to get service later if you go through an additional process. This is intended to make it easy to open a restaurant, not necessarily easy to open a restaurant that's open till 2 a.m. serving alcohol with impacts on neighbors. So I won't be supporting the substitute motion. Is there any further discussion?
I'll just add one thing, because I certainly have the experience in this way, and I can't tell you how many financial models I've built in this regard, but the hours of operation and the additional revenue that you can garner from the hours of 12 to 2 a.m. is what makes or breaks you. In terms of the financial viability on alcohol sales, that is what you take home. And so in an effort to revitalize our economy, we do have to open it up to these operations. And when we certainly do have enforcement rights, and I'd be willing to consider some other options if operators are acting in bad faith. But if I sell alcohol to someone and they go off and crash or, God forbid, do something unruly, I am responsible for that person. And so it is my job to keep an eye on people and make sure that I'm serving responsibly. And my servers are certified for that in that way. So there are tools in the marketplace that mitigate some of those risks. And I know that there have been challenges in the past, but if we look backwards, we can never see the opportunity in front of us.
Well, let's see how the substitute motion goes. There's no more discussion indicated.
Mayor, before the vote is taken, so we know what everybody is voting on, can I clarify what I think the language would be for the modification?
Absolutely.
So I believe it would be in item K on page 10. It currently reads that the permitted hours of alcoholic beverage service shall be 8 a.m. to 12 a.m. with complete closure and all employees vacated from the building by 1 a.m. If I understand the substitute motion, it would add after that a new clause that would say, except on Friday or Saturday, when the permitted hours of alcoholic beverage service shall be 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. with complete closure and all employees vacated from the building by 3 a.m.
I'll have to turn to the maker and seconder for confirmation that that's what was intended.
I'm happy. Thank you.
You were the maker, right, Councilmember Moreno? And
Yep.
Dave was the seconder, is that correct? Okay, we'll go to a roll call vote.
Councilmember Moreno.
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich.
No.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Winter.
No.
Councilmember Hara.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown.
No. So that's a very rare split vote from this council. It's been a while since we split that closely on any issue. That means that the substitute motion has failed and the main motion is now back on the floor. Is there any additional discussion on the main motion? Take a roll call vote on that, please.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Yes.
Councilmember Hara.
Yes.
Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich.
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno.
Yes.
Mayor McKeown.
Yes. So that's a unanimous 7-0 vote in the City Council. And that concludes item 7C and moves us on to 7D.
Mayor, can we just get quick direction?
Absolutely. I do not see you in the chat, but I'll...
Well, I just jumped in because you were moving too rapidly for my fingers to handle the keystrokes.
Okay, Councilmember Winter.
I'd just like to give some direction that that when there's time and given, the staffing and timing restrictions, I understand, but I'd like us to take a look at changing some of the standards in the Bergamot area to allow some businesses to thrive there, particularly for change of use issues.
Understanding that that is a different process that has to go back to the Planning Commission, can staff give us any idea when that might be happening? I'm not sure we want to be layering additional work onto the planning staff, but if the Bergamot plan is coming back, that would be the appropriate time to do that. Staff respond?
Yeah, because of the longer process, we were planning on obviously bringing back amendments to the Bergamot plan as part of the housing policy work anyways, sometime later in the year. But if we do have the opportunity to sort of layer on that process, of course, we will try to do that with respect to these other zoning amendments as well.
Okay, Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. I just want to give the same direction that I gave in connection with the prior item, whereby as part of this we direct staff to prioritize looking for opportunities for restaurants to expand their service footprint in order to accommodate some of the restrictions that are likely to be imposed on them as they begin to open up in the coronavirus era. I can't hear you, Kevin. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, too. I'm sorry. Clicked the wrong button. Hearing no objection to that direction, we'll move on to Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to add tattoo parlors and salons to the direction going forward. If that can be looked at as well for the IZO going forward, that'd be great.
So your direction would be that that be considered for the next iteration of the IZO.
Thank you very much. Very well said. Thank you.
Okay. I see no nodding heads on that one, so that will move us to Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Yeah, I heard what Jing was saying regarding the broader changes to Bergamot. I wasn't clear on the timeline. I don't know if you described that, Jing, or if I was just missing it.
Later this year, but I don't know if she said when.
Yeah, I think we'll have to look at, I do have the correspondence, we just have to look at the scale of the changes. If it's really just parking, we may be able to bring it to you sooner, but if it's more expansive than that, it probably will be later than that. So that's
okay,
the general timeline, yeah.
Great. I mean, maybe it's something that could be bifurcated too, right? If it's just
for sure.
parking, I can go fast with an emergency like this. Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, that's clear on all that direction that's been given. Got it all? Anybody on staff want to confirm you have all that direction?
Apologies, I think I hit unmute.
Yes.
Yes, I have it.
Okay.
I got it. Yeah.
So with that, we'll move on to item 7D.
Item 7D, introduction and first reading of an ordinance to amend Santa Monica Municipal Code, Section 9.53.130, to exempt 100% affordable housing projects that result in the addition of 16 residential units or more from transportation allowance requirements, and we have no request to speak.
We do, of course, though, have a staff presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Colleen Stahl with the Mobility Division. Tonight, staff is recommending a modification to the city's Transportation Demand Management Ordinance to exempt 100% affordable housing projects from the transportation allowance requirement. In June of 2015, Chapter 9.53 of the city's municipal code was updated to require new residential projects of 16 or more units to provide a transportation allowance to residents of the project who do not lease a parking space nor own or lease an automobile. The intent of the transportation allowance is to balance out the inherent subsidy of personal automobile travel by separating the cost of parking from the cost of housing. Residents of applicable projects who do not use a parking space or own or lease an automobile are offered a monthly transportation allowance indexed to the value of a regional transit pass. In October of 2019, Community Corporation of Santa Monica filed a text amendment with the city requesting the exemption of 100% affordable housing projects from this specific code requirement. CCSM has stated that the inability to know how many residents would be eligible for the transportation allowance over the life of the project means that the project financing must assume that all residents will take the allowance, representing an unacceptable risk for the project. As the transportation allowance is at the core of the city's TDM ordinance, staff explored a variety of options for continuing to provide a transportation benefit to residents of low-income units. The most promising option is the county-funded Low-Income Fare is Easy, or LIFE, transit program. A majority of CCSM tenants would be eligible for the LIFE program, and they would receive 20 free regional transit rides per month or a reduced rate monthly transit pass. Participation in the LIFE transit program requires in-person enrollment on an annual basis at a LIFE vendor, and there are no vendors that are easily accessible to Santa Monica residents. City staff discussed the possibility of CCSM serving as a LIFE enrollment vendor, which would provide increased access to the LIFE program for the CCSM residents that would otherwise have been eligible for the transportation allowance, as well as approximately 10,000 Santa Monica residents currently eligible for the program. CCSM was interested in providing this service from their offices in Santa Monica. However, with the operational challenges presented by COVID-19, CCSM is looking to provide information about LIFE and other transit programs to the residents via more virtual avenues at this time. Given the city's limited financial resources and consistent with council direction to support the production of 100% affordable housing, staff recommends approval of the proposed text amendment. Thank you. That concludes my very brief report. I'm available for questions, and the applicant is also available for questions.
Ms. Stoll, thank you. We appreciate the brevity. I want to add one piece of information, though. In communication with the executive director of Community Corporation of Santa Monica and one of their board members, I now have assurances that they would indeed be willing to host the life service office function so that people in Santa Monica could easily sign up for that once the pandemic and the associated problems with operating an office have gone. So this would be a temporary situation where they provide information. They are willing, once it becomes possible to do things like that again, to have there be a function in their office for people to sign up with life. So that is a piece that the staff didn't have in the staff report because that hadn't happened yet. Council will now see if anybody has any questions. I see, no, that's someone who wants to speak from the public. I don't see any questions from the council at this point. So we will open the public hearing, and I think we have at least one speaker doing that.
We do not have any speakers for this item.
Okay, I've gotten a message from someone that she wanted to speak.
Did they call in?
But I'm not sure it's necessary for her to. It doesn't seem like a very controversial item. I believe this is the executive director of Community Corporation of Santa Monica, but if she didn't put in a request to speak, our rules don't allow us to do anything except if anybody had any questions, I guess we could call her for questions. Does anybody on the council have a question? Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
I don't have any questions. I was going to just offer to move the staff report.
Second.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem O'Day and seconded by Councilmember Himmelrich. I do not see any further questions or requests to speak. Let's go to a roll call vote.
Councilmember Morena.
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Hara.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown.
Unanimously approved, yes, by a 7-0 vote of the City Council. That takes care of item 7D and moves us on to item 7E on the agenda.
7E is introduction and first reading of an ordinance modification to postpone launch date of the second shared mobility pilot program and restructure PROW fees. And we have no request to speak on this either. Even though we should have one calling back.
We'll go to staff report anyway. I see a slide. We have a speaker.
Do we have Kyle or Francie with us?
See Francie on the list of presenters, but I do not see her camera or her mic. I see her mic. Hi, Francie. Is there anybody else who could step in for the moment until we get Francie back online?
It looks like Kyle is the one who's supposed to be presenting.
Hello, Planning Department.
It looks like he's trying to get in.
I guess we should acknowledge it's a miracle that we get to do these meetings at all under these circumstances. The technology is pretty astonishing, but it doesn't always work. As soon as we can, we'll get either Kyle or Stefan here and we'll have a presentation on this item. Do we have our tech people trying to figure out what's going on here?
We do, yes.
Well, Mr. Mayor, while we're waiting, we do have one caller.
Okay, well, that's good to know, but we really can't hear the caller until we've heard the
Well, after we have. Okay.
By any chance, Mayor McCune, are you able to hear me now? This is Francie.
Yes. Hi, Ms. Stefan. How you doing?
Excellent. So maybe Kyle will be kind enough to continue sharing his screen, and I could give the presentation on his behalf.
Okay, so it's Kyle's screen and Francie's voice.
It is truly multimedia and multi-location. Great. So tonight you have before you a request to adjust the timeline for the second shared mobility pilot program, largely due to unexpected changes due to COVID-19, as well as a request to a response to the council's request to adjust and consider alternatives to the public right-of-way fee. Next slide. Excellent. Just as a quick recap, in January, Kyle presented to the council in detail about the creation of a second shared mobility pilot program. We received direction to clarify and focus the regulations for outcomes that improve and focus on safety and rider behavior, particularly the issue of sidewalk riding, and that also really look at shared mobility as something that is a true transportation option, providing customers with reliability and access, as well as the ability to afford it for multiple trips in a day or a week, and a sustainable program that looks at a long-term view. So one of the issues that has come up is looking at how we can balance the reliability and the cost to operators, and so that we can provide a reliable system that keeps going in the long term. Next slide. So obviously the world has changed quite a lot in the meantime. The city and shared mobility operators have been working together to do a number of different innovative programs to continue to provide services. The companies have vastly changed their cleaning and maintenance processes to make sure that the devices are safe to be used. They also have been offering incentives to essential service providers and workers so that they have access to more reliable and affordable transportation. The other issue that we've seen is obviously a concern amongst the riding public that they have been respecting the safer at home directives and we've experienced a reduction in the number of devices that are available to be ridden, as well as the number of riders that are using them. For example, we've seen a pretty steady decline through the month of March and stayed low in April. And we did get notice in late March that as of April 1st, Lime would cease operations in the city of Santa Monica, and we received notice within this week that JUMP would be ceasing operations in the city within the next 14 days. Maybe we're having a little bit of a delay. So one of the major things that happened also during this time was that we were unable to do some of the major components of the selection process because there was so much robust discussion about the need for a device that could be proactive in addressing some of the sidewalk riding, as well as providing stability and usability for a wide range of people. We had planned for a device demonstration during the RFA process. That obviously was no longer possible with the current COVID-19 situation. Similarly, in order to be respectful of everybody's level of operational stress, it was not realistic for us to continue with the timeline that we had currently been on. So we have adjusted the application submittal date. The RFA has remained open, so people have access to it, but we've adjusted the due date to late May, which also then delays the other selection processes. So instead of having a transition from phase 1 or pilot 1 to pilot 2 in July, we'll be having, we're proposing that transition to be in September. So the transition would happen in mid-September. Next slide. The other component of the program that Council gave us direction on was the use of public right-of-way fee. So you'll recall this is a fee that the city established to help fund infrastructure necessary for the safe operation of these devices. It was based on the fees currently charged for use of public right-of-way for outdoor dining, and was part of a partnership between the companies and the city to both provide a new service operation as well as the infrastructure. New service operation as well as the infrastructure necessary for that to be safe. We did commit the initial funding to the green lanes that were constructed, and that contract has now been complete, and the city enjoys 19 miles of very visible green bikeways. Next slide. So overall, one of the balancing acts we're trying to strike here is how all of the fees interact. I just want a quick reminder that among the fees that the operators pay are cost recovery for the cost of administration of the program. This is based on city policy that these programs should be cost recovery. So we charge a fee to the operators for the staff that oversees it. That's an annual operator fee as well as an annual per device fee. So those are fixed. Those are fees that the companies pay just to operate here, and the public right-of-way fee is an additional layer on that. So that's what we're discussing tonight is what is the balance with the reduced ridership, reduced revenue, and a desire for affordability and reliability. We looked at that fee. Council had in January a number of very good suggestions that included being cognizant of the impact of those fees on the company's viability as well as the necessity to maintain affordability. Next slide. So Kyle took a good look at how we might think about ways in which the companies could meaningfully contribute to infrastructure in the city, but also we might scale the fees based on trips as opposed to per day, which is what we currently charge. And so the scalability was an effort to be respectful and responsive to changes in demand, changes in ridership. And so he looked at a range of fees from as low as 5 cents per trip to 35 cents per trip, and felt that about a 15-cent per trip fee was a middle ground that would still provide up to roughly about a mile of bikeway infrastructure per year in revenue. Next slide. Similarly, with the goal of maintaining affordability for riders, the concern was that a per-trip fee too great would ultimately be passed on to riders and therefore inhibit the ability of affordability to achieve affordability. So again, he looked at a range of 5 cents to 35 cents and found that this 15 cent per trip would only increase the cost by approximately 4%, which seemed reasonable to maintain affordability. Next slide. And finally, just looking at the amount that was being paid by the operators on this, the per trip fee also seemed like a reasonable amount in terms of burden on overall cost of operations in the city amongst the different operators. So the idea was here, in summary, that by creating a 15 cent per trip fee, that the city could find a nice balance between recouping enough for the companies to participate in infrastructure creation in the city, while also ensuring scalability and helping to achieve the overall goal of affordability and reliability. So last slide is a summary of recommendations for council tonight. There you go. So the first one is primarily about the adjustment of the timeframes, and the second is about the per trip fee. And we are here, or I'm here, for questions, and if Kyle gets connected, he would be probably happy to answer them as well.
Well, thank you, Ms. Stefan, for the presentation. And we'll now go to council comments. And let me see, I think the first person is Councilmember Davis. While you're speaking,
presentation.
These other initials I don't recognize.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for the presentation, Ms. Stefan. I have a couple of questions because I just want to be clear. When we obviously looked at these changes we were making to the program, we did not anticipate COVID-19. We also didn't anticipate a number of operators pulling out of the city. So I just want to make sure I know, which operators do we have left in the city and what kind of devices are they operating?
So the operations, in a few days from now, when Jump said that they will exit the market, we will have Bird scooters as well as Lyft scooters. And then we will also have Breeze and Breeze Bike Share.
Oh, good. Okay, so right now we just have 2 scooter companies operating. When Jump exits the market, we won't have any e-bikes. And the Breeze contract, if I remember from our last discussion, ends in November. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Just out of curiosity, is there a reason we didn't sort of synchronize the termination of the Breeze contract, where we're going to have to figure out what to do for bikes anyway, shared bikes anyway, whether they're e-bikes or non-e-bikes, and the micro-mobility program? If you'll remember when we had this discussion before, one of my concerns was that if we were only going to have 2 operators, one of them would end up being the e-bikes, and maybe we won't have e-bikes, which is too bad because they seem popular to me, but that e-bikes would sort of take one of those slots, and then we had the issue about Breeze. And at that point, we didn't feel comfortable syncing them up because the Breeze contract expiration was so far off in the future. But now we're talking about doing the micro-mobility RFP in September, and Breeze Bike Share expires in November. I'm wondering now, are they close enough in time that it makes sense to try and view it as a whole micro-mobility issue, including the shared bikes, whether it be Breeze or however else we're going to deal with that, plus potentially whatever the 2 new operators for other micro-mobility might be?
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting question, and certainly this has been a constant evolution as we were all surprised by what's been going on, and certainly surprised by some of the changes in the market, and sad to see those companies go. We had initially been wanting to have some gap between the transition, particularly the RFP or RFA, and the termination of Breeze, because one of the things that's in the request for proposals is asking companies how they might achieve the outcomes of BREEZE. So greater level of affordability, more public engagement and public education, as well as slightly more guarantee of the equity distribution. So we had modified the second pilot program to amplify those regulations and asked companies to please address how they would propose to achieve those outcomes. So, hindsight is 2020. Now things have just happened in the world, and perhaps a November transition could make sense if the council wanted to continue the current shared mobility pilot program longer. That is certainly a decision that you could make, and we could continue with this current operations until November and transition over as one piece later on.
Okay, great. And then the other question I have, and maybe I put the cart before the horse a little bit, is given where we are, and we know that today, for example, the public health officer for LA County suggested that the safer at home order in some form or another will probably go at least through August. Is September maybe a little aggressive? I mean, if we're all still working from home and this is all still shaking out, we don't know, whether the beaches are going to be open. I mean, I know we had some issues prior that we wanted to get some of this settled before the summer because that's sort of our busy time. And I suspect it'll be busier than now, but it may not be as busy as we normally expect. So are we being overly aggressive in our timeline? Should we, I don't know. That was just a question that I had.
Yeah, again, I mean, gosh, yes, all good points. And, obviously this is unfolding so quickly and we're constantly sort of pivoting and trying to adapt to new information as we're all learning it. And so perhaps I think the main thing is what are the ways in which we can think about ensuring some continuity for people to have access to some devices. And certainly it's a concern with Jump leaving the market in 14 days. We're concerned about the access to bicycles, and so I think should we decide to make the transition later, then we might want to think about ways in which we can make sure that there's some sort of bicycle option, because as people are looking to stay separate, certainly scooters and bicycles are going to be increasingly popular as people want to kind of have their own space.
Okay, great. Thank you.
More questions from Councilmember Moreno.
Can you hear me? I'm just curious.
Oh, yes. Hi, Kyle.
Yeah.
Hi. Sorry. Really sorry, everyone. I had to log off and log back in. But I'm here now.
Well, thank you for the report, Francie and Kyle, Creator and Fokker. Just a couple of questions. Would you mind throwing back up that RFP timeline screen? I just want to understand where we were in the process and what the proposal is going forward.
Can you see it?
Not up. Almost.
Oh, is it? Oh, there's a delay, maybe.
There you go.
Yeah, it's a little. Well, I can ask a non-slide question in the meantime while the visuals come up. And I don't know if this is the exact right forum, but are we considering public right-of-way fees to other delivery devices, or is this just micromobility? So that's all we're talking about. Is that something that we're considering across the board?
Yeah, I can jump in there. I mean, I think there's been some interesting developments with regard to the ability to help create some reliability and some consistency amongst courier services, particularly third-party restaurant delivery services. City of Los Angeles and other cities in the country have been looking at the ability to help create some consistency in whatever fees they charge. And so that's an area where the city could continue to look at different public right-of-way fees. Certainly, we need to be careful to stay within the bounds of a fairly complex network of different legal regulations. And so we're working pretty closely with the city attorney's office on what we think look like the most viable options. But I think that is fair to say that looking at the fair assessment of impact on the public right-of-way is certainly an area of investigation that we think is pretty important in this moment. And the third-party courier services right now is the most clear avenue, but it doesn't preclude investigation of other avenues.
Great. Thank you. Just wanted to know if that was on the radar. Okay, cool. So I got the timeline up here, and is this is the old timeline, or is this the newly proposed only timeline?
This is the new timeline.
So when were the application submissions due on the old timeline?
April 2nd.
Okay. So we had already received all of the applications from the old batch of operators before, and then subsequently those operators kind of fell out of the process. So in theory, we're left with...
I'm sorry, clarification. Did you mean when was, we never received any applications because we submitted an addenda to the RFA in March before the applications are due. So we have not received any We have left the RFA process open for a longer period of time.
Kyle, it might be helpful. It looks like the RFA was released on March 10th, and then on March 24th, we extended it when we saw COVID-19 coming. So all of this happening and surprising us, the RFA was already out to try to get the new program up and running per council prior direction.
Okay, all right.
Correct.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And then how long is this program for? I forget. Is it a year or two?
18 months.
18 months. Okay, cool. And then another question, with regards to the revenue and the per usage fee, thank you for doing that chart. I loved it. It's beautiful the way it's graded. But I just have a question with regards to the dollar amount. So I saw the proposed revenue at 15%, $400,000, 25% or 25 cents, $500,000 or something like that. What's the current revenue we see right now on our first device? Do you know?
So the last fiscal year, we received roughly a little over $1 million from the 4 operators, and there was a fluctuating number of devices, and since we're charging a per device per day fee, that amount would fluctuate a little bit as we made changes to the permitted number of devices in the systems. But overall, with those fluctuations in the fleet sizes, we generated roughly a little over $1 million in the year.
Got it. Okay, and so the piece that I'm missing in this chart is the number of units. So is this 300,000 per operator? So is that proposed?
No.
This is total.
Yeah, this would be total. So, and this is actually down from what we would expect. So, what we did was I looked at the total actual monthly trips generated in 2019 and assumed all things equal for these calculations. So assuming that we just generated the same number of trips and then applied some reductions based on the current COVID-19 slowdown of ridership. We're seeing right now about 10% of ridership that we would normally see. And so I basically, weighted the actual ridership from 2019 by an anticipated slowdown for the COVID-19 situation, and then kind of ramp that up over time. So this 300K would be like a slow year, given the slowdown in ridership, And if ridership picked back up to regular 2019 numbers, we would anticipate that total revenue would be higher than 300K with 15 cents per trip.
Got it. Just so I'm clear, I'm trying to compare apples to apples here. If we were, so last year in 2019, based on the ridership numbers, we were at $1 million for this revenue stream from these companies. And if we were to compare the similar number of rides, forget about the COVID issue, but if we were to compare the similar number of rides and apply this 15 cents per metric trip to those same number of rides, do you know what that dollar amount would be to us?
I don't have it right in front of me. I mean, I did those calculations because I weighted it initially. I want to say it was closer to.
And Ralph, I don't want to.
I don't have it right in front of me, but you know, it would probably be closer to like $500,000 to $600,000, I think, something like that.
Okay, so I'm just trying to see. So so let's just say it's double-ish. It would be 500,000 or 600,000 if we upped the per trip fee to 20 cents or 25 cents, and then we applied 2019 numbers to it. We could effectively get back up to the $1 million that we had received the year before. Is that roughly how the model would work?
Yeah, actually, the 35 cent per trip fee, if you put the numbers at normal ridership or equal ridership to 2019, would have equaled roughly the exact same amount that we generated last year. So 35 cents per trip basically equated to the $1 per device per day.
Perfect. Okay, cool. That's exactly
so the high end, yeah.
Right, and the difference in the model in the way that it works is that this is a per trip fee. So for the company's perspective, it would cost them more money when they receive more income because of the increased ridership. Is that rough?
Exactly. Yep. Yeah. As ridership goes up, the city generates more revenue, but the companies are generating more revenue from more rides as well. So it basically aligns the revenue generation with that of the ridership, which is also the revenue generation for the operators.
Amazing. Great job on this, Kyle. Exactly what I was looking for. And then just one more question about mopeds. I think that was part of the direction or the commentary from the previous staff report. And we were, I think, moved it into the vehicle code. I'm just wondering where that ended up.
We took mopeds out, and the direction from council, if I recall, was to look at the ability to include mopeds as part of the car sharing ordinance.
Yeah.
And we have not made changes or prepared an ordinance to bring that yet. So that is something we're still exploring.
Cool. Just wanted to know it was carved out. Thanks a lot. Great job, guys.
Okay, questions from Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Thanks. So what I heard is that tonight we could consider delaying this implementation a little bit later. Maybe that might make sense given the recent news related to the number of operators that we have currently in the program. Can we still change the fees tonight if we decide to stick with the current phase of the program?
When you say phase of the program, what are you referring to?
Well, the pilot stage of the program, as opposed to moving to the stage 2.
So on the fees, it's just here for direction from council. If we wanted to make that change, we would have to come back to you with another ordinance to amend the pilot program.
Okay, so to the extent we're discussing fees, it would be for the long-term change.
Yes.
Okay, and where's the $1 going today? Because I think I heard that we built out the full 19 miles of planned green bike lanes. So are we just banking it?
Francie could speak,
Sorry,
but to my knowledge.
Sorry, I just had to unmute. Yeah, so the process of budgeting that money would be part of your overall budgeting process. You had taken an action to include it in the Green Lanes project. That's now wrapped up, and we can wrap up any future allocation of that into future council budget actions.
So in other words, right now it's just going into the general fund. It's unallocated.
We had a bit of a lag time to catch up on the full responsibility to gap fund the green lanes. So we are roughly, at this point, kind of breaking even. So I would say at this point there isn't much in the bank, but we could, as a forward-looking action, think about where those funds fit in the overall budgeting process.
Right, there's not a lot of riders right now, obviously, but if the projects are done and the dollar per day is still being paid, it's just going into the general fund and it's unallocated. Is that right?
Yeah, it definitely any project-based allocation would go through your normal capital budgeting process.
Okay, and I think that's good for questions for now, so we can hear from the public, hopefully.
Well, first we have Councilmember Winter.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify one thing. Along with the public right-of-way fees, which we'd use for the green bike lanes, there's the basically per device fee. It's the other revenue stream. And given our current budget crisis, you would knock that down some, the annual fee. Is that still provide us full cost recovery for administering the program?
Yes. We did that. So as you know, in partnership with finance, we did an assessment of the first pilot program and assessment of our costs and our costs going forward into the second pilot program. And so working with finance and reevaluating the cost of the program, that 104 and 20,000 per operator fee is the true cost recovery of administering and enforcing the program.
Great, thank you.
Okay, there are no more questions for the moment, so we can think about this for a minute while we go and open the public hearing and see if somebody called back in. I think we're expecting a caller back in.
There are two requests to speak.
Let's hear them both.
Great. Okay.
For answering, Tim Harder.
Hi, welcome to the meeting.
Hi, how are you?
Green bike lane.
Hi.
So,
Good, welcome. You're in the meeting.
Sure. Would you like me to talk now? It looks like they're still
Yes.
talking.
Go ahead.
Okay.
There's a delay, so turn down your TV.
Okay. My TV's turned down. Let me know when to speak.
You're ready. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. This is Tim Harder, Government Relations for Bird here in Santa Monica. We'd like to thank city staff for bringing this fee proposal before you tonight. At Bird, we remain committed to serving our hometown during this difficult time. To assist with recovery, we have brought on local fleet managers, added local business to our map in the app, and began placing vehicles near essential places such as hospitals and grocery stores. We are now also offering free rides for healthcare workers, and as of last week, Santa Monica OEM City Essential employees. We are still paying $1 per day per vehicle, even if we don't have all our permitted vehicles out. This is extremely costly right now to maintain operations. Cities throughout the U.S. have deemed micromobility an essential service that Santa Monica has, and many have paused changing operator fees during COVID. We'd like the fee to be paused in Santa Monica, but only council can approve that through ordinance. We strongly support following staff's recommendation to move to a per trip fee and ask for it to be put in place during the existing pilot as soon as possible. We support the 15-cent staff recommendation and ask that the infrastructure funding be directed to pop-up bike lanes to keep riders safe during COVID. Our riders are riding longer distances, and the common theme from focus groups is they don't want to ride on buses or trains to keep social distance. We'd also like to start placing our mopeds around the city to help with essential mobility. But again, hands are tied under the existing program rules as there's no ordinance to allow for this. Bird would be happy to deploy shared moped bikes when jump leaves, and once we have a green light from the city. We would also like to ask Council to consider the following: extend the current pilot program with the 2 existing operators, remove the $1 per day vehicle fee, and replace with the staff recommendation per trip fee so that companies can continue assisting with economic recovery and continue offering free rides to essential workforce. Thank you for your consideration, all that you're doing during this difficult time. As a resident and worker in Santa Monica, I greatly appreciate everything you are doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring David Fairbank.
Hi, welcome to the meeting.
Good evening, Mayor, Council member, and staff. My name is David Fairbank. I'm the General Manager of Lift Bikes and Scooters in Santa Monica, which we run out of our Stewart Street warehouse. We want to thank the Council and City staff for your leadership during the COVID-19 crisis and for considering changes to the Shared Mobility Program. As a community partner and a business invested in the City of Santa Monica, we appreciate the difficult decisions necessary to rebuild the city, and we offer our continued support to Council and staff. We have been proud to help hundreds of our essential workers gain access to free scooter transportation during COVID-19 with Lyft's Critical Workforce Program, through which we have been able to support local organizations working tirelessly on the front lines, such as Meal on Wheels West and UCLA Health. We hope to explore together how we can help the community recover. Thank you for your time and your leadership.
Thank you. That will close the public hearing. There are no more callers, rather.
No.
Not like a meeting where I can see people standing in line. So the public hearing is closed. It's back before the council, and Mayor Pro Tem O'Day was the first on the button.
The public comment reminded me of a question I wanted some clarification on, which was mopeds. When we talked about this last, we said that mopeds would not be in this program. Where do we stand on mopeds if they are not in? What does an operator do?
The last time the direction we got was to look at adding mopeds into the existing car share ordinance. And so that is something that we still are looking into and need to explore on how to do that.
Okay, so moped operators are currently in the lurch, like they don't have a place to go if they want to open up in town?
Correct. We would need to modify and make adjustments to the existing car share ordinance to allow them, but basically, again, there's no regulations and it's not exactly the same model as car share because car share, there's designated spaces that we allocate or that the operators would rent from private parking lots and things like that. And so it's something that we would have to develop new regulations and structures around. So it's something that we're, need to explore, but we have not gotten to it.
Okay, so in order to get to a place where we might allow a business to open that would be providing a mobility service in town using mopeds, the current staff suggestion is that we would be taking a year to develop those. We don't have a plan to build a process now, and maybe it would take a year.
The timeline is something we haven't looked at. Obviously, there's been a lot of things that have come in the interim that have changed a lot of different timelines. We looked to see whether or not mopeds could be smoothly or simply folded into either the shared mobility process or the code. I think given the operational kind of middle zone that they operate, it was much more complex than it might seem on its surface, to the extent that they are not exactly cars and they're not exactly scooters, and so that introduced some challenges with regard to some challenges with regard to how to incorporate it into the municipal code, and certainly made it more complex. We haven't defined an actual schedule, but if council gave us direction, we could look at different ways in which that could be done, acknowledging that those devices have certainly outreach needs, safe use communications, and so it does tend to ripple throughout the organization in a broader way if we want to take a more proactive role on safety as well, to help people use those more powerful devices safely.
Okay, but can you give us some idea of like what were the simple ideas to get these businesses up and running?
So the simplest way would be certainly to change the code in a similar way as was done for car share, and to look at different modifications to public right-of-way regulations. I think our caution that we would just offer is that many there is a licensing process for driving a car that is run by the state, and there is less familiarity amongst the public about riding a moped and how to do so safely. And so it certainly seems like the city would want to be thoughtful about how we implement that type of program.
Well, that also requires a driver's license, right?
Yeah, depending upon the requirements, obviously would differ depending upon the strength of the moped. Whether it required a motorcycle license or just a driver's license.
I see. Okay, so in other words, the state handles the issuance of licenses to ride these vehicles. The state allows you to drive them on the streets, and our struggle in order to grapple with them is what do we need to do?
Just sheerly technically is looking at the ways in which those shared devices would operate in the public right-of-way. Where would they park? What was the expectation of where they park? Do we need to create zones where they park? I think is the simple part. Then there's a secondary consideration of, do we have an application process by which they would become operators within the city? And then the third is just, what is the city's interest in providing user information to make sure that people unfamiliar with riding more powerful two-wheeled devices have that adequate information.
Okay. I think that's helpful. Thanks.
Councilmember Himmelrich.
Yeah, hi, Francie, and thanks for being here, and thanks for being here, Kyle. My question is pretty simple. It seems as if most of the work in this area has been pretty much derailed by what's happened in the last few months, including the withdrawal of a couple of operators and basically the failure of anybody to go out anywhere. So my question to you is, you guys must have thought about the fact that going through this bid process, as we're all struggling just to keep our heads above water, may not be the right thing to do. But I'm curious whether you've thought about what we could do instead of going forward with the RFA to tread water and make this livable for everybody for the next few months.
Yeah, I would say that we've had some challenges with Lime and Uber leaving, and But the indications that I have gotten is that many operators are in fact eager to continue to provide the services and eager to replace them for leaving Santa Monica. We did the bidders call for the RFA process a week and a half ago, and there was 43 people on that call from numerous different companies. And there's been lots of follow-up and eagerness amongst the companies after that call. So I don't know that while some of those operators, the operators had left, and I think in part it had to do with COVID-19, but I think in part it has to do with other financial considerations that and challenges they were having before COVID-19 and their commitments to micromobility in general, where there's a lot of other companies that are eager to continue to provide those services. The two companies that we have remaining in the market, Bird and Lime, or Lyft, excuse me, they have continued to operate. They've scaled back a little bit, but they have remained committed to providing their services, and by evidence that both of them had called in tonight for this meeting, right? And they've remained committed to it, and they're eager to continue their operations. So, if council thinks that we should not be moving forward with the RFA, that's direction you could give us. But we haven't at the staff level received an indication that there are not companies eager to move forward with the selection process.
Well, I think my question maybe was a little different. I think we can move forward with any selection processes we want, but I also think that we have a lot of people in this country who don't have money. How are you going to do your assessment of them if you're going to have a live demonstration of each, vehicle? I mean, there are a myriad of problems with this, but I think that for right now, do you think we ought to be just treading water? And I don't really, if you think you have, 43 people on the line to do a new and better program that will serve the people of the city better and will actually keep people off sidewalks, et cetera, generate some revenue, I'm all for it, but I think we have to keep our eye on whether it's costing us or saving us money, and or making us money, and what this is going to contribute to the city's economy. And that's my question. Do you think this is something we should be moving forward on today? I mean, you work with these folks all the time, or should we be going through the RFA but extend the September date? I mean, what do you think, based on being involved in this, we ought to do?
I think that, the date that we chose in September was delaying the RFA process and pushing the launch of the new program out. There's, like you said, challenges logistically that we will have to figure out if we're going to do a in-person device demonstration, and that's something that we're trying to think through now, how that would happen as part of the selection process. And again, the indication from other operators is that they're eager to apply. I think the biggest concerns I have in moving forward at this pace have to do more with the broader viability of these companies in the current economy, in that, they are still venture capital funded largely. There are some bigger ones amongst the companies that still seem to be eager to operate here and can't currently operate here. But the bigger question for me is, how will the economy going forward shake up these companies, the smaller companies? Will there be more mergers, and will that slow things down for us if we select somebody and then they're absorbed or acquired by another company? Those are the sorts of questions that give me pause more than anything. And so, but, we did the assessment with the information that we have, and so we can continue to delay the RFA process but we don't have all the information, so we don't know. So it's a challenging thing to decide whether we move forward with a lot of unknowns and hope that we get to where we need to be and are able to launch with new operators and under a new regulatory framework or a modified regulatory framework, or if we just continue on the path that we have. We have 2 operators that are still operating. They both remain committed. So I don't know. I mean, I'm operating with a lot of, half information as well, because I can't predict what will happen.
As much uncertainty as the rest of us have. So let me ask you another thing. If we shifted to the per ride as opposed to the per vehicle or whatever per day price, that's costing us, I'm guessing based on your totals, about $700,000 a year. Is that right?
Yeah, but yes, assuming that the operators would be operating with maxed out fleets, like peak season. So we've reduced their fleet sizes down because the demand is down. So they're actually paying less. But it is also the per trip fee, and like Councilmember Morena had pointed out, it's aligning the revenue with the ridership revenue generated for the operators so that they can withstand the sort of fluctuations of seasonality, environmental factors, pandemics, things like that.
Yeah, pandemics. But my question is, so before you said that we got about $1 million last year from the pilot, and now we're predicting, and maybe I'm reading this wrong, $300,000. I don't have a problem with, in fact, I think it's less regressive to have people pay right-of-way fee per ride rather than per day. But all of that said, it seems there's a big discrepancy in the revenue between the 2 years, and is there some way to align those?
I mean, it's, this is for council to discuss, and I think the factors and the considerations that you should consider, and it's certainly the considerations that we had when we were thinking about this, is these kind of 3 main things. One of them is the revenue that we're generating for the city and what that means for our projects and things. The other is that a per trip fee is much easier to pass on to the consumer. And so a key goal of the second pilot program is to maintain affordability for the user. But because the operators could just tack on this fee to each trip, they could very easily pass it on. And so we don't want to be tagging on 10% or more to each trip, assuming that operators would pass it on, because in all likelihood they would. So that's the affordability there. And then the last piece is the financial considerations for the operators in making sure that, trying to balance the cost that they have represented to staff through the first pilot program and others, that the city, what we've heard from them is that we charge more than every other city, and they've routinely asked us to align that with other municipalities. So what we did in terms of this 15-cent per trip recommendation is to really thread that needle of these 3 considerations and factors of ensuring that it doesn't blow up the cost for the user, ensuring that we can still generate enough revenue to contribute to projects like a mile a year of bikeway, let's say, and then, helping and reduce the cost of the operators so that we don't see, more companies unable to operate. So that's kind of what we were doing with the recommendation. But again, the range is there, and we could still move to a per trip fee, and it's up to council to decide on where to kind of set that fee threshold.
So wait, Kyle, there's one more thing I'd like to understand, and that is what we're getting for this 15 cents per trip is the 0.8 miles of greenway. Is that right?
It's roughly equivalent to that. Yeah. So we looked at some current low-cost protected bikeway projects that are currently underway, and what those costs were, and they came out to about $370,000 per mile, and that's kind of both sides of the street protected bikeway. And so yeah, so that's just giving you an equivalent of sort of protected bikeway, low-cost protected bikeway infrastructure that could pay for.
Oh, well, so that's better. You're talking about a protected bikeway, not the green, the painted green, but moving the cars out, for instance, so that their
Yeah.
cars.
Yep. Yeah. So like a buffer with like bollards.
That's a substantial difference to me. I don't know if it is to everybody else, but to have the protected bikeways versus the sharrows, so to speak. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, but that's a yes. That's what you're talking about here.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like low cost, protected, buffered bikeway. That's roughly the cost that we've gotten back for recent projects from our consultants that are working on the design and construction of.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day, if you left us, I don't see you on the screen anymore. I'm going to ask former Mayor.
And I'm here.
Oh, there you are. If you would take over the meeting for a couple of minutes, Mayor Pro Tem, I'll be right back. I think the
Sure.
Interim City Manager Dill wants to offer some information, and then the next questions from council members are from Councilmember Davis and Councilmember Moreno.
Okay.
Lane, do you have something you wanted to?
Lane, yep.
I'm just going to jump in on the earlier question about the dates. I think staff has worked back in some ways from a date where reasonably we would want the program to be up and running, which is September 14th, which is a date when social distancing may be eased and maybe we want the new program up and running. That obviously does mean the RFA is happening in a period of considerable uncertainty. More uncertainty we know now based on the letter from Lyme and the move with Jump. There is potentially a small advantage in having companies come to us and commit to us now while they're making commitments. But we also hear you saying, well, won't the proposals be better later once this industry has stabilized and maybe there are other operators who come in where Uber has stepped out. And I think it is very possible to push these dates as long as you're comfortable not having the second pilot up and running and staying in our current pilot a bit longer and potentially into a period where people have reemerged from their homes and are out on the streets, and we would still have the first pilot running potentially with the two operators. So just wanted to sort of point out in summary some of those trade-offs, and I think we're able to work with either set of timelines.
Okay, Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. So I have a couple of questions, and the first one is, so we know that Uber sold jump bikes to Lyme, and then Lyme said we're leaving. They'd already left us with scooters. Do we have any sense as to why they left? Was it just the economy in general? Was it COVID-19? Was it our pricing structure that made it untenable for them to stay here? I'm just trying to get a sense of why they left.
The official letters that were sent to us pointed to basically the cost and the economic viability, the cost of operating in Santa Monica and the economic viability for them to do so. That's the key factor that the letters pointed to. And by economic viability and cost, they're referring to the fees and insurance requirements. I think on top of that, there's also some challenges with, again, like I said, the economic viability of many of the operators as it is being fully venture funded. And then I think layered on top of that, the COVID-19 situation didn't help. And so companies that may have already been in trouble and looking for ways to adjust or make changes to their overall structure took the opportunity to do so. So that's my...
No, good. That's what I was looking for. I was looking more for your opinion than what they said in the letter, because of course in the letter they're going to say your fees are too high, stop it, because that's what any business would say. So you said you had a bidders call and you had sounded like over 40 folks on the call. Were they all, do you have some sense of, were they all scooters? Were there some e-bikes in there? Were there other types of vehicles? I'm trying to get a sense of what kind of interest the RFP was generating.
I am not sure. I know just by the companies that are on there that many of the companies have different form type offerings. So some of them have bikes, some of them have pedal bikes, e-bikes, scooters, different kinds of sit-down scooters. So I know that there was a number of different companies on the call, and those companies have different offerings. Yeah, so that's the kind of interest. I think there was some questions about, things like our fee structure and insurance structure, and we've gotten some, questions about that and some concerns about that from some of the bidders, and we're looking into those things. But there's been interest, but there hasn't been. It's hard to know, which applications we'll receive and what those companies will be offering.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Moreno.
You need to unmute.
Thank you. I really want to see this thing move forward. I know we're considering a September date as a launch date of the new program, but that's a fair while away, and we have two operators that are in the market that we've been doing business with. I think staff can focus their time on things like mopeds and even bikes and other components of this program. More so, I feel like the biggest challenges and what we talked a little bit about in the IZO agenda items is predictability. As a business in town, I know this really well, and when things are unpredictable, it is incredibly difficult to plan your business operations. So I think, staging this thing out for another 6-7 months just adds to that unpredictability. I'd love to see this thing just move forward as is, and maybe we can pare down the program from 18 months to 12 months, which would probably kick staff into looking at this thing at the end of the year anyways. I think that reducing the per trip fee down to 15 cents is too much. As I understand it, kind of doing the math, if my calculations with Kyle were right before, he said that we at 35 cents a per trip fee would yield us about $1 million of revenue. So to consider that, what our par rate is, moving to a different model is 35 cents, 15 cents is a huge reduction. And so I think something more like 25 cents is reasonable. So I'll throw the motion out there and see if I get any attraction. But I'd like to commit to the two companies right now for the next 12 months, run with them for 12 months, and do a per trip fee at 25 cents.
Is the mayor coming back?
Presume so.
Don't you think we should hold until the mayor is back?
Happy to wait.
I have Ted in the queue now.
All right. Mayor is back.
Councilmember Winter was going to speak next. But
yeah.
The motion on the floor, has anybody seconded that?
Well, if I may, before there's a motion, the only ordinance before you on the agenda is to extend the time of the second pilot program and the first pilot program. The pricing is just here for you for direction. So it would just be giving direction to staff to come back with something later to amend the pricing.
So the extension with the existing two vendors would be under the current terms.
Yes, that's in the current ordinance as before you proposes an extension of the current pilot program through September 13th, and then the start of the new second pilot program September 14th. So you have the ability to change those dates, and that would be within what's before you on the agenda. But in terms of the pricing, that's just before you for direction, because a change to the ordinance wasn't agendized for the pricing.
Got it. Okay. Thank you, George. That's very helpful. So then I would amend the motion to at least extend.
If you would, we were actually still in questions from councilmen.
Oh, I thought we heard from Kyle. Sorry. Happy to
We're
continue
still
on.
in questions, and Councilmember Winter still had a question.
Yeah, a couple of them. Kyle, you mentioned other cities. Well, let me ask you this: other cities around here have a per trip fee, and what are they? You know?
No, not some of them do. The city of Los Angeles does. Hold on one second. Let me see if I can pull it up somewhere. So per trip fees, we are the only one that has a fee. Tempe, Arizona has of the dozen or so that we've looked at, they have a $1 per vehicle per day fee, similar to ours. Portland has a 20-cent per vehicle per day. They have sort of a equity distribution model of per day fees that are in the cents range. But we are one of the only cities that we looked at that have that.
Meaning that right now is one of the only cities that has the dollar a day, and would be one of the only cities that has the per trip fee.
Yeah. I mean, most cities, some of them have similar, permit fees in the range of our 20,000. So Long Beach has a 25, Oakland has a 30,000. Some of them have other operational per device type fees. Los Angeles has $130 a day. Oakland has $64 a day. Portland, $80 per vehicle, per year, apologies. So those two fees, the cost recovery, are pretty standard. But as the public right-of-way fee goes, ourselves and Tempe, Arizona are the only cities, and of course this isn't every city that we reviewed or looked at or considered, but in about 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 or a dozen or so.
All right, thank you. And then our next question is about insurance. Have you done any comparison on what insurance requirements are? I mean, we could find that sweet spot where we're, not exposing ourselves to undue risk, but potentially not being so onerous in our requirements.
Yeah, so I don't have that right in front of me. I'd have to pull it up and find it. But we charge more than other municipalities. Most municipalities are charging around the $5 million per year range. And what we put in ours is $100 million. We've been in conversations with the risk manager because we've gotten some feedback after the vendor conference call about that. So we are exploring that being too high and challenging for smaller operators to comply with. So we are working right now on alternatives for that and exploring how we can reconsider that fee to still meet our needs in terms of risk, but try to make it more tenable for operators and smaller operators in particular.
Great. Thank you very much.
Well, I see no other questions from council members, so I'll take a quick turn here. As far as the fee, and this may be something we have to discuss after we address the bigger question of where this whole program is going. But as far as the fee, it seems to me that the per vehicle fee is more accurately scalable, by which I mean if we charge a daily fee as opposed to a per ride fee, then an operator is going to put out the fewest number of vehicles they feel will make money for the day. And the availability will tend to grow more slowly. Whereas if it's a per ride fee, it becomes worthwhile for a vendor to put out more vehicles than actually get ridden because they don't pay anything extra if the vehicle just sits there. So if our goal is to make the vehicles more universally available. I know that part of our equity goal is to get them into neighborhoods where they're not being placed otherwise. I think that the per ride fee actually works better for us than the daily fee did. But before we go there, Council, I think we really need to think about this whole industry and where it's going and how we can intelligently project forward where we might want to be with it, given how little information we have about what might be happening. The whole fact that this is a venture capital driven enterprise means that for a while, we've been helping to subsidize what may be an unsustainable economic model. And I would hope that the interest that our staff got from people who want to operate in this city reflects the fact that there is a very good reason why we were the very first city in the world to see scooters on our streets. And that's this is an incredibly desirable place for these companies to operate. We are the perfect environment for this kind of micro mobility. I don't take the letter we got from one vendor who backed out criticizing our rules, our operations, as indicative of how the industry feels. They may have many other reasons for backing out. And as somebody already said, this is what a business says when they're leaving. We've been driven out by taxes. We've been driven out. It's never their fault or their investors' fault. I think what we need to be thinking about is what's right for Santa Monica and Santa Monicans. We're all very aware not everybody in town is exactly thrilled with scooters. I'm not sure people would be thrilled with mopeds. I've been in Italian cities that are infested with mopeds. It's not always fun. So, as we begin our discussion, let's try to think not about how we can make the companies work. That's their problem. Let's try to think about how we make the program work for Santa Monica, our values and our goals. And Councilmember Davis, you seem to be the first rising debate.
Well, so I want to make a couple of comments and then maybe I'll make a motion. First comment I have is the tremendous amount of uncertainty that we're living in now in what is it not only an uncertain time because of the coronavirus, but as you just pointed out, Mr. Mayor, an uncertain time regarding these companies because they are venture capital driven. We don't know how many of them will continue to get the kind of support they need to continue. It's easy to get on a bidder's call. It's a lot harder to come up with a viable business plan. And I think, as you also pointed out, the key is how do we get, in my mind, reliable, available, equitably distributed, and affordable micromobility available to our residents as well as people who work here and people who visit here. I'll be honest, I just get the sense that this isn't the time to be rearranging things. The whole point of this was to sort of come down to two companies, and by hook or by crook, we ended up with two companies. And so I'm thinking that rather than try and in this time of great uncertainty figure out a new program and go through RFPs and then run the risk of finding out that we make awards to companies that 3 months later do to us what has been done, where they say, oh, this isn't working, and they pull out of the market because they don't get adequate funding, or there's a resurgence of the coronavirus, or Lord knows what else, is what if we extended the program for a year to give staff time to really give staff time to see what happens with these programs. It would also give us time, I think, to examine what to do with Breeze. I'm very concerned that we're sort of viewing Breeze as separate from this, where I think at the end of the day, Breeze or some, what's the word I'm looking to, successor to it, whether it's run by the city or run by a private company, but we want to keep bikes on our streets, shared bikes on our streets. That should all be integrated as part of an entire plan rather than, well, we're going to do this program over here, which is the scooter, whatever vehicles, and then we're going to do bikes somewhat differently. I think we get into trouble when we start to not think of things more holistically. So I'm tempted to make a motion to extend the current pilot program for 12 months. I think that was Councilmember Morena's idea, so I'm stealing it. And with direction to staff to do two things within that 12 months, and one is bring back to us a proposal to simply change the pricing I agree with the mayor that I think the per trip fee is more equitable, and it will encourage the placement of scooters not just in the high traffic areas but throughout the city. And even though it may raise less revenue in these current times, I think what we really need to be doing is thinking about providing affordable, equitable transportation to people. So I would bring back that as one level of direction, and the second level of direction would be to figure out how do we integrate the termination of the Breeze bike share contract in November. And I think extending the current pilot program with the 2 operators out for a year gives us time to do that. So that's my motion. Extend the current pilot program for a year with direction to bring back a change in the fee structure, and 2, to integrate the future of Breeze into that planning process, so that maybe we end up really doing an RFP or something that includes replacing Breeze.
Second.
Let me clarify what it meant in that motion by extending for 12 months. 12 months from May 12th, 12 months from when the program was supposed to turn over, 12 months from when we've been asked to delay the turnover to.
I was thinking 12 months from the original expiration of the program, which was in the summer sometime, if I remember correctly.
Can staff clarify that?
So would your motion be to extend it for 12 months from July 1st?
Yes. I knew it was in the summer.
And I guess that was an okay time to do the turnover last time. We're feeling it's okay this time because that seems to be in the heat of the season, so to speak.
Council, that originally was intended to be pre-Memorial Day, and then based on various things was extended. You might consider May 1st for that purpose. I'd look to the mobility staff, but I do think our original target was pre-Memorial Day for the second pilot to be up and running.
All right, so I'll modify the motion to May 1st. So extend the current pilot program with the 2 current operators to May 1st, with staff to bring back a proposed change in the pricing to a per ride fee, and in that time to figure out what we're going to do about Breeze and somehow integrate it into that.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Davis, seconded by Councilmember Morena, and Councilmember Himmelrich would like to speak to it or against it.
Well, no, I agree, and I was sort of getting at that. I do think that it doesn't make any sense to juggle things up with all of the protections from the market. But I'm a little, are you saying we shouldn't go forward with the RFA, or our RFA should continue on all of the above fronts?
So I think we're going to extend the pilot to May 1st. I don't know that it makes sense to do the RFP right now because, as the mayor points out, and as Kyle pointed out, these are venture capitalized companies, and we're in a very economically uncertain time. So I think we would probably want to get closer to May 1st before we did a real evaluation of who's going to survive, who's not going to get voted off the island, if you will. Because I think the fact that we've had 2 companies relatively recently pull out of what is one of the hottest micromobility markets suggests to me that there is some fallout in this industry, and I don't think we've seen the full effects of it yet because of the coronavirus issue. So we would eventually do the RFP, but we would just extend the current pilot through May 1st, and that would probably push out the response time for the RFP.
Well, so I'm sorry, I'm asking a couple questions about this. Is that all right?
No, you had another one. I was seeing Mayor Pro Tem O'Day in the queue.
Yeah, so that was my first question. My second question is on the mopeds, which actually I am seeing where I work that there's much more use of the mopeds than there is of the scooters, and both of them are available everywhere. Who knows what the next thing is going to be, but I would like to see mopeds and electric bikes, and I understand they're separate things, back in the city. I like the idea of mopeds being okay to move with traffic. So I guess, do you have is there anything in this about that, or that's just because original RFP was covering other than mopeds, but I think we ought to be pursuing that.
Well, if you wanted to make a friendly amendment to include a third direction to prioritize trying to make it possible for companies to put mopeds on the street, that would be a friendly amendment.
Good. Well, then that's my friendly amendment. Is it friendly to the seconder, I guess? Good. Okay. And my final point is about insurance. I just took a quick look to see if there's been a single scooter case that's gone to verdict or even a reportable settlement. I don't see one. But in view of the many traumatic brain injury cases that we've settled in connection with these cases, I'm a little concerned about making sure we have adequate insurance and that they provide us with adequate insurance. So the rest of it, the fees, et cetera, although I would like to be at the levels we were, it is almost less important to me than not having a several $100 million verdict against us. So I want to be particularly careful about the insurance fine. So that would be a direction, I think, probably not part of the motion, but I'm guessing maybe it should be, I don't know.
Well, we require insurance now. Are you suggesting that that level's insufficient?
No, I'm suggesting it's sufficient. I think they're complaining about the level of insurance.
Well, I wasn't going to, I didn't propose to look at the level or revisit the level of insurance. And I also didn't propose to revisit the required indemnification of the city. So I assume those, in terms of the extension of the pilot program, would remain the same.
Okay, thank you.
So, may I?
We have two flags on the field. Both the interim city attorney and the interim city manager have asked to interject with them. So let me go first, city attorney.
Lane, do you want to go first?
I'll follow you.
It's up to you. So a couple of things that I just want to remind people about. So, if we do extend the pilot program for 12 months, the terms of that pilot program will remain in place. So we would be freezing that program in place. We currently have the two operators under that remain. Both of them are scooters. So we would not have the ability in that 12 months to go out and add devices because the terms of the pilot program as it stands now would remain in place. So we would be frozen with what we've got now. And if one of those dropped out, we would just be left with the one if there is a change in the business circumstances. The second thing I just want to point out is we would have to put off the RFA. We would have to do that again at a later time. And the third thing I just want to point out is that the Breeze contract does expire in November. So if we extend the pilot program to May, there is the possibility that, if we don't find a replacement for Breeze in November, we would be left for the November to May period without a bike option as well.
Interim city manager Dilk.
Your interim city attorney covered it. Thanks.
So may I ask a follow-on on that? Can we amend the pilot program to substitute operators?
Council members who are patiently waiting, go ahead.
My question is simply, can we amend the pilot program as it currently exists to substitute other operators since we no longer have any bike program?
I think that's not before you tonight, so I think if you wanted that to be considered, you would give direction to staff to consider that and come back with a proposal at a later date.
Thank you.
Councilmember Winterer.
Well, actually, I was just going to bring up the same concerns that we're going to have a void in bike operations. I wonder if then staff has any other ideas than what the city attorney suggested is that we amend the current pilot so we can go out and seek another bike operator, because those jump bikes are incredibly popular. It's a shame that they left, and I'd like to be able to replace them sooner rather than later. I'm wondering, other than the city attorney, whether the mobility staff has any ideas.
Well, Francie Stephan has raised her virtual hand, so let's find out.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, if council wanted to give us direction, we could rescind the current request for applications and issue something more narrow that is specifically to address the gap in bike operations. It's not something we've explored, so this is very new. We don't know what we would get, but we could consider whether or not someone wanted to come in and replace it, but I think that would have to be its own procurement process.
This gets more and more complicated the longer we talk about it. Anybody have a motion they'd like to drive?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor. I think you may have forgotten that I was in the queue.
And I'm very sorry. What happened was somehow when I change who I'm clicking on, it changes chats, and I got out of the moderator chat, and I see you now. Sorry, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
No worries. So adding operators is obviously problematic. I mean, my understanding of the motion was that by extending the 12-month, current pilot program for 12 months, we could also just take the allocation and split it among the remaining two entities, so that those operators that have gone out, their devices can go into the allocation for the remaining two operators, and that would include the bikes that were provided by those other two operators. So now we have bikes, now we have enough devices, we have two operators as we were seeking. Is that not a possibility from the staff?
I'm not sure the two remaining operators have bikes. Staff, clarify.
Lyft has bikes.
Yeah, Lyft. Sorry, this is Kyle. Lyft has bikes. They were originally permitted to operate bikes, but the bikes that they had at the time were insufficient, and they did not have them ready to actually launch. So they had proposed with bikes that they did not fully have yet. To my knowledge, they do now have bikes. They operate many of the major docked bike share systems in New York City, Bay Area, etc. So they actually do have bikes, and originally were permitted to operate them. So we could possibly look at that as a way. And one other thing I would just point out is while the term of the current pilot program in some aspects in the ordinance are kind of locked in place, the pilot program is enabled by administrative regulations, which gives staff the flexibility to administratively make adjustments to the pilot program. So it is possible that we, if extended for a 12-month period, make some modifications to the existing pilot program administrative regulations to try to achieve some of the outcomes that we were hoping to achieve in the second procurement. So
It
just
sounds like
throwing
the
that.
mayor has a plan.
And since I have your attention, one more thing, because just for clarification, when you are giving us your plan, can you please clarify on the direction for the public right-of-way fee and which direction you would like us to take, and come back to you with a fee resolution if you would like to see changes to that fee specifically. Thanks.
Okay. And the second concern staff raised related to the expiration of the Breeze contract. I mean, what happens when the Breeze contract expires? It means we no longer have Hulu sponsoring, so we don't have the requirement to carry the Hulu brand or the cash that comes with that. But that also means that I suppose that the agreement with the operator expires. Now we could just extend that for another 5 or 6 months, just like we're extending this, right?
Yes, in theory, you could extend the contract with the operator. There would be costs.
Yeah, the contract.
If that's the cost that we want to take, then we do that at that time, right? Otherwise, we let it expire and we work with the private operators for those remaining months. I don't see a gap, in other words.
The Breeze contract currently has a 2-year extension option. The challenge with that option is that it also means that the city is committed to continue to pay the operating fee laid out in the contract. We're currently paying about $94,000 a month to operate the Breeze bike share system. So that's one consideration, is the 2-year extension cost consideration. And the Hulu sponsorship will expire in November as well. So the additional revenue that the city generates to offset those costs will go away. And then the last consideration about extending that contract is the Breeze bikes have reached their useful life. So the operator, really operating with the existing bikes we have would be unsustainable for another 2 years, and we would need to figure out a solution to actually replace wholesale the fleet. Also, the bikes are operating off of a system that was originally transformed into Jump, which was then bought by Uber, and so the support level that the city has been receiving on the back end technology has not been great. So there are considerations to that 2-year extension as currently outlined in the contract.
Okay, so it sounds like you have some things to negotiate over the next 6 months, right? To assure that there isn't a gap if that's a concern for us based on what we're seeing from the private operators in the market.
Yes.
Okay, well, if we're ready to talk about this motion, I mean, I'm in favor of it. I'm looking at it like, this is 2020, folks. We got to do things a lot more simply. Less is more. This motion does that. I think we take the allocation between the remaining allocation that's unused now and divide it between these two operators. We reduce the fees. I'm in favor of the staff recommendation on the fees. I know that Councilmember Moreno's original motion was a little bit higher than that, but it's clear that we should do a per trip fee for the reasons of equity, which is written into the motion, I think. And then we need to figure out a simple solution for mopeds. We got to get ourselves out of the middle of a lot of this, because one thing we know is we have too much work and not enough staff, and that's what we've been dealing with for the last few months here. And it's a new regime in 2020, and we don't know where things are going. So we need to be as nimble and adaptable as we can be, and that means our partners need to be as well. This seems like the smartest approach to get us there.
The interim city manager would like to jump in again.
Only to say that the Breeze bike share and the mopeds can be dealt with on a different time frame to confirm that. So I think this is a time frame.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's right. I just want to make sure that we're not taking too long on those mopeds either. Like, I don't think we need a giant overall process. I think what we need is a business license categorization for them. They're already licensed by the state. The drivers are licensed by the state. If the operators want to pay to park at meters, then they're just like a paying customer of any other type for us. In fact, it's new parking revenue for us potentially. I mean, let's just solve these problems and keep things moving, because we don't have time to get overwrought on them.
There's nobody else in the queue, so I just want to add my thought about the per trip fee. I support the per trip fee because I think, as I explained, it's more scalable and encourages the companies to put out the maximum practical number of vehicles. But I don't agree with lowering the fee. I think that given the revenue challenges we have, Councilmember Moreno is right, and we should go with a higher per trip fee. Per trip, yes, but not giving away the farm.
Mayor, maybe we could vote on the motion. I don't think Councilmember Davis included anything about the per trip fee in her motion, and then we could have discussion on direction on the per trip fee.
Yeah, I mean, all I did was say that we should move to have staff bring back movement to the per trip fee, but I didn't put an amount in it. So we can argue about the amount afterwards.
Okay, so the motion then would postpone the renewal of the process till next May 1st and continue with the existing operators, allowing them to introduce new types of vehicles, in other words, bikes as well as scooters, as suggested by the Mayor Pro Tem.
So for clarification, would the the motion be to adopt the ordinance as proposed with the change to be that the effectively the first pilot program would be of no further force or effect beyond April 30th of 2021 unless otherwise extended or terminated earlier by the city. And the pilot program term for the second pilot program would take effect on May 1st, 2021, and be of no further force or effect beyond January 1st, 2022. So those would be the modifications to the proposed ordinance.
Yes, and then there would be the separate direction to figure out what we're going to do about Breeze and think about how we can incorporate or be more holistic in our approach to Breeze plus micromobility. Councilmember Himmelrich is concerned about prioritize, and I think Mayor Pro Tem O'Days as well, about how do we get mopeds out onto the street, and then having staff bring back a per trip fee instead of the $1 per day fee, and then we weren't specifying the amount. We were going to put that off till part 2.
Okay. Thank you. That clarifies it for me.
Okay.
And is it clear in all that we would encourage staff to look to the existing operators to see if they can fill the void from the departure of the jump bikes?
Yes, that would be part of the additional direction that I understand is part of the motion.
Great, thank you.
Okay, now that motion, I think, was seconded by Councilmember Morena. Is that right? And are you on board with all the reformulation? If you are, I don't see any further requests to speak, so let's try a roll call vote on the motion.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Morena?
Yes.
Mayor McKeown?
Yes. So it passes unanimously, 7-0, and I think, Council, we've taken some of the immediate workload off of staff and also avoided trying to do this in the middle of a vast uncertainty that I think is going to be with us for a little bit of a while. Now the question is revenue. How do we pay for this? What fees do we charge? So let's start that discussion. With whom would like to start? Councilmember Morena.
All right. I just want to reiterate some of the numbers because I think they're relevant. Going off of Kyle and I's kind of exchange, we're currently at 35 cents a per trip fee right now. If we were to take our current structure and move it into a per trip fee, so 25 cents per trip fee, I think is a reasonable discount considering the times. It's about a 30% discount. I think that's fair. In my original concept of a per trip fee, and when I analyzed this months ago, was really from a financing standpoint and looking at how the operations, the business side of this, can justify continuing to put money into this program, put money into a program that is profitable based on usage. And so that's exactly what this did. And I think Kyle did a great job presenting that. So I'm comfortable with the discount. I'm not necessarily comfortable dropping all the way to 15 cents, especially considering the times. I think if we get a lot of pushback or, there's need for additional revision, then we can talk about that at a later date. But I would certainly be comfortable with 25 cents per ride at this point.
Councilmember Winter.
20 cents.
Councilmember Davis.
Yeah, I just want to say I appreciate looking at it from a revenue standpoint, but I think you have to look at it from another standpoint, which is if we place the fee too high, it will simply get passed along to the users. And one of the things we've really stressed here is trying to make these kinds of micromobility opportunities affordable, particularly in our more disadvantaged neighborhoods, right? Because those are the ones where it's more expensive to have a car, that sort of thing. So I think one of the things Kyle said, and I'm willing to be corrected if I'm wrong, is that one of the reasons he chose the 15 cents was because he thought that number was small enough that it would not be completely passed along onto the users, which would help keep user fees down. So I think we have to look at it from both ways. I understand the revenue enhancement idea, but I also think that if we price these things so that people don't use them, I mean, these are really a great substitute for people who don't want to pay for car payments, car insurance, that sort of thing. But I kind of like Ted, 20% seems like an easy way to get there. But I just want to make sure that we're not just focused on the revenues, but how we keep this an affordable means of transportation.
Well, that's great for the company and good for the people who ride the scooters, but the revenue is important for all the rest of the residents of Santa Monica who maybe don't ride the scooters and aren't investors in the company. So I think we need to keep their point of view in mind as well. Councilmember Morena.
Just as a follow-up, and I certainly appreciate that, and all of the concepts of equity and trying to move these scooters around in the neighborhoods where everyone can enjoy their benefits is extremely important to me. But I would only suggest that if I were operating the business, I was passing that per day fee on to customers back then. Just because it changes the model, the revenue model on their side, doesn't mean that I wasn't trying to recoup those dollars in my charges to customers. So I think, at least in my concept, and maybe this is a question for their finance, but in my concept, we're reducing their fee by 30%. And in reducing their fee by 30%, I would hope that some of those savings pass on to the customer. And I don't think we need to reduce them by 60%, but I think that a 30% reduction is, a considerable move on our part, and I would only hope in good faith to pass that along.
So have you made a motion to that effect or direction?
Well, it's just staff direction.
Yeah, I think it's just staff direction, but if it needs a motion, I'm happy to make it.
I will second that.
Okay. Thank you.
I didn't get to weigh in quite on the fees yet, but look, you've all heard it from me before. Let's take that to quarter. Let's put it on a car. Okay, these are micro-mobility devices. They're part of our sustainability plan. They're part about how we get around this community. The reason that we need protected bike lanes is because cars hit people, and they hit scooters, and they hit bikes. And so the cars are the ones that are putting the cost on the system, and they should bear that cost, not these devices. And so find creative ways to put that on the cars, whether that's parking meter revenue, whether that's a charge on your oil change fees in town, or your tire inflation machine at the gas stations, or whatever you want to do, but figure out a different way to get the money from the cars instead of these devices. That's what I would say. But you've all heard that from me before, so I'm in favor of the lower fees.
Further discussion from council. Well, then we should go to a vote and see where we are on the 25-cent proposal. The direction, we do it by voice vote. It's going to be a little bit hard to figure out here on.
No, you still have to, I'm sorry, Mayor, but you still have to do a voice vote for everything. So.
Because we're on a teleconference, we can't.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Councilmember Morena?
Yes.
And this is for the 25-cent, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
No.
Councilmember Winter?
No.
Councilmember Hara?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
No.
And Mayor McKeon?
Yes, I think that failed 4-3.
Yeah.
Second time we've done that tonight. All right, so we're open for another motion.
I'll move we set the per ride fee at 20 cents.
Second.
I'll second that.
I see no discussion, so let's go to a vote on that one.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich,
Yes.
Councilmember Morena,
Yes.
Mayor McKeown.
Yes. And so showing a remarkable ability to recover from a 4-3 split, we now have a unanimous vote of the City Council 7-0 on that direction. It's getting late, folks. I'm losing my voice. What else do we have to do on this item?
Okay, that's it for that item.
Thank goodness. We move on.
Okay, so we have 13A is request of Mayor McKeown. The council directs staff to prepare for council approval a resolution or ordinance as appropriate, temporarily granting over and above the 1 year granted by Section 1109 of the Santa Monica City Charter, an additional 1 year, bringing it to a total of 2, in which an employee discharged from the city employment as a result of the decision by the City Council to abolish a position or reduce the number of employees in a given class in the classified service shall, should such a position be reinstated or any position involving substantially the same duties be created and filled, be appointed thereto. And we have no request to speak on this.
Mayor, I'll move approval of the item.
Note that in English, and interim city attorney Carlota helped me get that into legalese. I don't usually add sentences with thereto. But in this case, it was important to get this on the agenda. Of course, we're working in a context, a tragic context of anticipating having to lay off city workers. Our city charter for many years has included a provision that if a worker is laid off, as about to happen, and then that job is reinstated, or one very similar to it, it can't just be refilled from somebody else. That worker gets the right to come back. That's good for the worker, and actually it's good for the city. We get the expertise back. In this circumstance, facing the economic collapse due to COVID, we don't know how long it's going to take, but we're certainly hopeful that many of the programs that we're going to have to cut and many of the employees that we're going to have to lay off can come back to our city. And I am going to propose tonight that we extend the 1 year return to a 2 year return in hopes that that will somehow soften the blow of this for our community. We're going to have to take some very painful actions in the coming months. And my hope is that this will make it a little bit better. So I will move this. See if anybody will second it.
Second.
Is there any
They're fighting over you, Mayor.
discussion there too?
Well, you want to give the second to, Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was Councilmember Winter myself, but
I believe it was.
yeah.
Okay. And I actually wanted to thank you, Mayor, for bringing this up. I think that at our last meeting, we definitely spoke about it. And so I just wanted to thank you for bringing it back up so that way we have an opportunity to provide something additional and in good faith. So thank you.
I should note that we sort of danced around this idea last week, but there was so much on our minds it never made it into the final motion. And it was when I realized that we had failed to put it into the motion that I decided to bring it back for tonight. So I don't see any further discussion. We will do this by a roll call vote because we're on a telecom.
Councilmember Morena.
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis. Did you say yes?
You did.
Okay.
Yes, yes, 1,000 times yes.
Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Hara.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Yes.
Mayor McKeown.
Yes. So good. That passes unanimously, 7-0 from the City Council. And we actually tonight, this being a regular meeting, have something we haven't had in a while, which is public comment on things that are not on the agenda. The clerk, please call that.
Okay. 14 is public input. Public comment is permitted Only on items not on the agenda that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking action on any items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item, and you have no request to speak.
How anticlimactic is that? Well, then that concludes tonight's meeting. And
Oh, wait. Oh, I'm sorry. They said that there's one call that just came in.
what do you know?
It's too soon.
Let's see who that might be.
Okay, so they're transferring the call, I guess.
Public hearing on item 14 is open.
This was generous. Okay, good, nothing.
Someday we'll meet in person again, and this will be much easier. What we can.
There it is.
It looks like, there we go.
Transferring Denise Barton.
Hi, welcome to the meeting.
Hi. Good evening. I'd like to touch on a couple of things. First, I'd like to give you another example of why Lane Dilge is not qualified to be city manager. This time, the agenda for tonight's city council meeting was not available 72 hours before the meeting. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to call the city's coronavirus hotline last Friday, inquiring where it was, since the city wasn't open. And if I remember correctly, weren't you told to have the agenda available a week before the city council meetings due to previous actions like this? Now let's go back to Kevin McEwen's rude, classless shot at me as I was leaving the podium after I spoke on the consent calendar at the March 10, 2020 City Council meeting. Just to remind you, Kevin McEwen barked out that Francie Steffen was not the mobility manager. But earlier that afternoon, I called the city manager's office to confirm that Francie Steffens was the mobility manager. It's not my fault Francie Steffan is referred to as the mobility manager within the city. Now, why would Kevin McEwen feel the need to do this? And due to his position as mayor, couldn't it be seen as him attacking me from a position of authority? Or one might wonder if it makes him feel like a big person bullying the disabled. Hasn't Kevin McEwen disclosed that he was bullied as a child? Well, I guess he proves the theory true that the victim becomes a victimizer. And why would he do this to me? Do I look like an easy target? I hope you can understand, due to actions like these and many others before, why I feel this is done in retaliation to my speaking publicly. Thank you.
Thank you. Always interesting
Thank you.
to learn something new about one's own personal life. That concludes the public hearing on item 14, and it also concludes our meeting for May 12th, 2020. Our next scheduled meeting is on May 26th, and I just want to stress that this is a time where we are in very serious discussion with our employee bargaining units and trying to find a way to minimize, to the extent we can, the impacts of the economic collapse and the revenue shortfalls that we foresee for the city. We're working hard on that. I just want the community to know how much it means to us to have your support as we try to figure out how to best preserve the services you've come to depend on from the city, at the same time be realistic about what the finances of this community are looking like, at least for the next year or so. So thank you for that. We hope to see you around the community, and we'll certainly see you back here in 2 weeks. With that, tonight's meeting is adjourned. Good night.
And I will stop the broadcast.